Did you know your choice of toothpaste is as important to gum health as brushing and flossing? Try Crest Gum Detoxify. It penetrates gum pockets to eliminate the trapped plaque that brushing can't reach for healthier gums in just 2 weeks. Try Crest.
Community and coming together on this fantastic final day of the convention. Thank you so much and enjoy.
Well, holy crap.
Opportunity. The World Health Organization just now saying that the current Ebola outbreak is on track to be the deadliest one in history. This is ABC News. It's almost time for students to return to school if they haven't already. In addition to buying clothes, backpacks, and notebooks, ABC's Jim Ryan says you might want to keep an eye on the emotional well-being of your children as well.
Mental health specialists say it's important for parents to read their kids' emotions, but not necessarily to give in to them.
It's so tempting as a parent to say, oh, okay, we'll take a mental health day today and be able to go tomorrow.
Pediatrician Dr. Molly O'Shea says that seems like a reasonable way to deal with a return to school.
When actually that reinforces the anxiety, it makes it even harder to go the next day.
Crucial to a successful start to the academic year, cycling your kids' bedtime back from a summer break schedule to the earlier wake-up time. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
According to Bloomberg, U.S. employers are bracing for the biggest price hike on employee health plans in 15 years. And as the price is just too much for many, a growing number of people are opting out of group insurance altogether. Obamacare premiums up about 20% as well. This is ABC News.
The University of Colorado professor whose writings and outspoken political views ignited a national debate over academic freedom and free speech has died. Ward Churchill drew fire when he wrote an essay in 2001 comparing the victims of the 9/11 attack to Nazis.
Why Eichmann? Well, I didn't actually say they were Eichmann. I said they were little Eichmanns. He was the guy in charge.
CU Boulder ended up firing him in 2007, not for his comments, but for plagiarism and academic fraud. His former lawyer says Churchill died of a stroke at the age of 78. Denver Public Schools is preparing for the upcoming school year, welcoming about 400 new teachers. Superintendent Alex Marrero hosted a panel discussion for them as tensions between him and the school board continues. Marrero has been linked to job opportunities in other cities, but his contract with DPS runs through June of 2028. I'm Brenda Stewart.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, not too bad on the highways. We did have that one problem out on 225 near Alameda. It is clear. It was a stall in the right lane, but backups have dissipated. Coming south the other direction from Parker is a little slow, as well as the drive up out of the Tech Center from Orchard to Colorado. A little sluggish there. We're seeing some traffic I-25 south coming into downtown. There's one accident up north. It sounds like it may be a rollover on 104th just west of Huron. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how a divided room during the American Revolution found unity in a single prayer. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
What makes a law firm right for you? If you're injured, it should be someone with the experience and track record to prove he's intent on making you whole. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino recommending John Fuller. I've seen him in action. He'll listen, he'll give advice, but mostly he'll fight for what you have coming. And he can get started right away. Call now for help. No appointment necessary. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. Call Fuller.com.
For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90 years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All loans subject to approval. Belco, banking for everyone.
Has your home been hit by the recent hailstorms? Don't just settle for a roof inspection. Genesis Total Exteriors goes further. They'll assess your entire property for damage. And they don't just find the issues, they'll fight with your insurance company to ensure you get every penny you deserve. Don't call your insurance company first. Call the people we trust. Genesis Total Exteriors. 303-679-8509. 303-679-8509. Or check them out at referralist.com.
If you use Frank Duran, the real estate man, to list your home, it will be marketed.
We showcase our homes weekly in front of a mass audience your competition never reaches. This is something only a small fraction of agents in the nation do to market their listings.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, advising you not to make mistakes with the biggest investment of your life.
When it's your equity on the line, experience is not optional.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com with Remax.
How may we help you?
I'm just saying hi.
Have you heard the news?
You don't have to.
Search for survivors in Colombia. Primaries for socialist candidates.
These are communists.
Iran.
Decapitation.
Decapitation. So what now?
You'll find out.
Are you ready to hear something that will not only make you feel better, but will actively excite you?
Yes! This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Listen to this promo. Listen.
Say this.
It's the Dan Kapla Show.
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Hey, you're really going to love this. Ryan Schuling in the house. I'm getting ready for trout. He has the controls. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Did you hear that or no?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the show.
We have Major Marc Mager standing by with me, and we also have Deputy Doc at the house. And I believe we're going to have Compass Insurance Group on. I haven't heard from Brian. Must be running late. I don't see him, but we do talk insurance from time to time. It's a good time to talk insurance because insurance is going crazy. And what is on your mind, Mark?
Brian's here. He's here with me.
Oh,
live and in person, right here.
Live.
Oh, I didn't know you were at the studio, Mark. I thought you were remote. I'm sorry.
No. I'm here at the studio.
Oh, good.
Deputy Doc's here.
Good. Excellent. That's good. Because we do have a lot of insurance stuff. You know, insurance is going nuts for those listening. We're going to talk about insurance and everything else on your mind. Let me bring up the studio cam. So here's what I want to talk about in general. And I see you there, Brian. Thank you, Deputy Doc and Major Marc Mager. So bottom line here is insurance going up all over the country. Okay. Now, especially in hail and wind areas. Brian, would you say in general, it's the hail and wind areas hit the most? I mean, when you talk about the impact of insurance, the expense of insurance around the country, is it safe to say it is really the hail and wind areas that are most affected?
Yeah, probably so. I mean, the only hesitation I have on that are the fire risk areas are hit pretty hard too. Obviously, California and Texas being some of the most expensive insurance in all the country, more because of specifically California, more because of fire than it is wind and hail. But in Colorado, hands down, the highest expense portion of anybody's policy is for hail.
And it's also it's affecting the real estate market, especially when it comes to condos and townhomes.
Yep.
A lot of these condos and townhomes can't even find coverage. And if they do find coverage, they in essence have no hail and wind in some cases. And that means if you have a storm and a devastation, you literally have an assessment every time. And go ahead.
Even worse than that, Tom, is that they have tried to shift all that risk onto people's personal line condo policies, those HO6 policies that people have for their individual units.
Right.
And now these companies have limited how much they'll pay for an HOA deductible. It's in the policy language. You'll see them say they might have purchased, let's say, $25,000 a loss assessment. But then if you read the fine print, it actually says if it's the result of an HOA deductible, it caps at $1,000 or $2,500. So you got to really read your policy to know what you have.
Right. So you could have a policy, be in a condo, and have a hail loss for roof or wind. And then the assessments go out. And you think, well, my insurance is going to cover my assessment. You could have an assessment, I've heard, as much as $12,000, $13,000, $15,000 a unit. And you could be limited as to what it will pay. So when people get loss assessment coverage or assessment coverage, what does it cover?
So just to further your point there, Tom, I had someone recently be assessed $37,000.
Whoa.
$37,000. Was this as a result of wind and hail?
It was a hail claim.
What happens if people don't have it?
Yeah.
Does that mean the other people that do have it, they don't get a roof either? What happens if a bunch of people don't have the money? How does that work?
Right. I mean, and Tom, you guys would know more than I would, but you can come after them individually, right? Couldn't you? I mean, that's the whole point, is the HOA is going to try to get that money one way or another.
Yeah, but if they don't have it.
Yeah. I mean, how far does
they start foreclosing?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Got it.
Then you got foreclosure going on at that point. So you're responsible for it one way or another. But yeah, so you have to. It's become such a norm that now these insurance companies with this verbiage being thrown in, it's causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, and I imagine mortgage companies now are sitting back a little, thinking, "Wait a minute, we could get caught with a condo. We're not going to make the assessment." So assessments are a big deal, and assessments happen not just for unforeseen things like insurance losses, but you could have an assessment to rebuild a swimming pool or to repave a parking lot, to paint the project. And a lot of it, this is the dichotomy in running an HOA, the conflict that the people want to pay as low a payment as possible. And so the HOA board tries to be in their favor because they're homeowners too. So they try to make the budget as little as possible to collect a normal fee, not an outrageous fee. So people are fat and happy paying their monthly fees. But what happens? Because they're paying just the bare minimum monthly fees, there are no assessments being built up. There are no
reserves.
Good word, reserves, or there's no surplus. So if something goes awry, something goes wrong outside of the norm, they then exhaust the bank account and they have to go to the membership. There is no other place. And again, I might have brought this up too many times, but it shows the ignorance of people. I saw on Channel 7 one night, it's probably on the other channels too, where the homeowners were protesting the HOA. They were demonstrating outside of their condo against the HOA. And the news reporter says, the homeowners are upset with high condo fees. Well, that's like saying you're upset with buying gas for your car, or you're upset with, paying your mortgage, because it's you. Your HOA is you. You're not protesting some government agency. They're not making money off of you. They're paying their bills. There's not an HOA in the world that wants to charge more than they need. Not that I know of. In all the accusations I've heard of HOA people being cheated and lied and the governing body cheating, they don't. They just want to make enough money to pay their bills. So what happens? They protest. They want lower payments. If you go to a condo project, people, and you're looking to buy, it's mandatory that you check the financial condition of the HOA through and through. You want to make sure they have surplus, and you want to make sure that the monthly payments collected by members will cover.
Don't most mortgage companies kind of dig into that stuff as well, or no?
John Clay said he did with CMG to a certain extent, but Mark, you'd be shocked at
they
how
really
many.
don't.
Yeah,
my daughter bought a townhome this year. She got married a couple years ago, and then they bought a townhome.
Ooh.
And right away I said, "Hey guys, let me look." So I looked at the financials to see what that reserve amount was. And they had a pretty healthy reserve. They'd already replaced all the roofs. So I said, and it's a big HOA, so there's a ton of units. And but the mortgage company itself, they didn't ask anything. Oh. They didn't have them look at what the reserves are. They're way more concerned about what that monthly amount is to make sure that it fits within the pot, what they can pay.
But think about this. It's not if you're going to need a roof. It's not if you're going to need a major repair. It's when. And owning a condo is just like owning a home. You're going to have your share of the exterior maintenance and repairs to deal with, whether it's right away or later on. So many people.
What happens if the whole condo is gone? How does that work? Like that one in Florida where the whole thing collapsed. It was gone.
Mark,
are those people just screwed?
We
That's
had a
it. They're
situation
done?
in Colorado. I think it's still around, that big round one on Parker Road. I forget, but a lot of people did bankruptcies and the banks foreclosed, and no one, they just sometimes don't even have enough to rebuild. It goes into massive foreclosure. There are times when condo projects massively fail. There's just no one to pick up the pieces. So after foreclosures, it is a good question. What happens when you have individual foreclosures in a place?
No, I'm not even talking foreclosures. I'm talking the whole place falls down.
Yeah.
Well, but you will find that most of the time, at least here in Colorado, the bigger problem is the deductible for specifically wind and hail. In other words, they have a more adequate amount and a more reasonable deductible for fire and water and your more common perils that could wipe out the place. But for wind and hail, they realized that's the most expensive portion, so they've been kind of forced to bring it up. And so they've got this huge deductible for hail, and they're passing that on, hoping that the individual units can pay it. And Tom, you started off by talking, a loss assessment, it will pay if you have the coverage and it doesn't have that limitation, but it only is going to pay for covered perils. And hail would be one. But to your point, I just had someone last week that filed a claim for a loss assessment because they had faulty shingles that were installed 12 years ago. There's no storm associated to it. There's nothing that I can attribute to it. So their loss assessment coverage isn't going to pay for that, just like your homeowners wouldn't pay if you had faulty shingles. So, but all the maintenance, all that stuff, that's not covered by loss assessment coverage on your HO6. It's not going to cover that.
So when you have loss assessment coverage and you think, well, if the HOA dings me for 10 or 12 grand, my insurance is going to kick in. It won't. It only kicks in for insured events. And if it is simply to cover a deductible, what Brian said is there are severe limits, which still has you paying out of pocket. Listen, I've said this before. It's a crisis waiting to happen. People who are in condos and townhomes are feeling the pain right now because it's very hard to sell. And if you're looking to buy, I'm telling you, it's a sluggish market. All right. By the way, speaking of real estate, Frank Duran, the real estate man, he counsels people every day on this kind of stuff. Frank is a great source of information if you are looking to buy. He has a buying team, and he knows how to check places out so you don't get stuck. He also knows how to help you sell your property with outbound marketing. He sells most of his own listings. Frank Duran works for his money. He doesn't hold you to a long-term contract. He gives you information up front, and he will even do an analysis of what your house will sell for. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Yep.
In Colorado, your right to buy certain firearms now comes with extensive time and fees. Background checks, a sheriff's eligibility card, 12 hours in a classroom, all to buy the most commonly owned rifle in America. We think it's unconstitutional. We hate it as much as you do. But we're here to help you navigate the process. And we teach the class. Triple J Armory, Littleton and Colorado Springs, 720-716-4590.
You know, Gravina's Windows, Siding and Doors, 950 West Evans, has the heritage of Gravina started by Granddad back in the day, 65 years or more. These guys have the name and the heritage to stand behind all of their great products, and they have selection. That's what you want. You want heritage, you want selection, you want quality, you want knowledge. Gravina's has all of it. If you're looking to spruce up the outside of your house, look at Gravinas.com. They've even trademarked their name, 950 West Evans, 303 Gravina. Hey, people, part of their investments, sometimes they want to be a landlord. And they put some money down and they want to be a landlord and they find out they can't cash flow or the house is too expensive or they don't know what to do. Vestera Turnkey started a program many years ago where they help you become a landlord in promising markets where there's equity upside and strong rentals and strong economy. They help you get into the home, and then they help you manage it, rent it out, and then sell it eventually for profit on the cash you have invested. Not on the loan, but on the cash. It's a cash-on-cash equity play, and it usually takes about 3 years. Vestera Turnkey. To find out more about this program, go to mybiggestreturn.com. mybiggestreturn.com.
Most home sellers.
Very nice.
It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors.
I finally got somebody to deal with my car accident.
Oh, did you?
Which happened in November.
And it just happened?
Well, what the heck?
Well, what happened? I went to Caliber.
Uh-huh.
And they said they ordered the parts on back order. So I kept bugging them about it. And
Tom was jumping in on the conversation.
Say it again.
Tom was jumping in on the conversation.
Oh. Keep jumping.
Tommy is still with us?
Yeah.
Jump.
Well, he was responding to something Doc was saying.
Yeah.
Doc can't hear you. Go into offline, Doc.
Oh.
There, now he's up.
What's up?
No, I was just wondering what happened, like why it took so long.
Oh, for me to answer you?
Yeah. No, for your accident.
Oh, so what happened was they had the parts on back order. So after a couple of months, I finally went there in person, and there's one guy at a desk and said, we just closed down this location. You have to go to this other location. I went to the other location. They had lost my records. They had no record of my ever submitting a claim. The insurance company did, but Caliber Insurance didn't. So I finally was able to have Compass resend the stuff, get it all set up, and I went yesterday, and we finally have it going.
So you're not driving your car, or is it drivable, or what?
Oh yeah, it was the back panel.
Oh.
So it was totally drivable.
There are a lot of body shops that are skittish about working on electric cars.
Well, even just body work?
Yeah, that's exactly. I don't know why, but they are. My
Well,
son
this is just
had to get an approved one. They wouldn't.
Wow.
No one would touch it.
What happened to it?
Oh, some guy ran into him in a parking lot in the back, and it was minor damage. But State Farm said they had to go to a certain shop. As that shop said, we don't touch Teslas. You got to go to a special place.
Wow. Well, maybe that's just for Teslas, because there was no problem with like I say, it was just the back panel that got somebody backed into.
We're probably heading to Shadron tomorrow, to give you a heads up there, Tommy.
Okay.
I'll be here tomorrow. Hold down the fort for you.
Is it just tomorrow, Mark?
Well, we'll be gone. We'll be back Saturday or Sunday. We haven't decided. We're waiting to see what day he can get off. His girlfriend's moving in next week, and he needs some help with some shit before her parents show up.
Okay.
That's got to be a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, parents coming in.
Parents coming in to see where their daughter's moving.
Yeah. But they've met
your
son.
Yeah. Never seen his house or anything.
Okay.
I said, boy, I hope you cleaned it.
Yeah. It won't look like a pig.
It's pretty new house, but man, he's a bachelor.
My daughter lives with a guy, but I haven't met his parents because it's two moms.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. True story. One of my buddies, who's in his late 70s,
Here we go.
was dating again.
American Stories.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Compass Insurance in the house, home of the free insurance checkups this hour, brought to you by waterpros.net. The most beautiful.
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going.
Oh, I'm just saying, waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. Whole house systems, $3,600 for softening and reverse osmosis drinking water. You'll never beat the price. Waterpros.net. Yes, Mark, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, Brian saved me on auto and home. Ours come up. I hate August. I absolutely hate August. We spend so much money on insurance in August because I take advantage of paying a year in advance so you get the discount. Right. And some of them, by the way, is Progressive still, like 25% discount yearly.
It's not quite that big, but it is. There's
massive.
Substantial discounts, yeah.
So he saved me over $3,000 this year, man. So that was nice. I really thought it was going to go up, but I actually saved a few bucks, and I got the same coverage.
Hey, Brian, somebody has a question here about infestation of insects. In this particular case, I think it's bed bugs, but they have to do a heat treatment. They have to be out of the house. Does insurance pay for any of that, temp housing or the treatments? Or how does homeowners insurance deal with insect infestation, or let's say varmints or whatever? How does it deal with it?
Most homeowner policies do not have coverage for it.
Just
I will
purely
tell you,
exclude it?
Yeah, for any kind of varmint including in that. But I will tell you I've seen a lot of rental home policies, so dwelling fire policies that now will give you some coverage specifically for bed bugs.
Only for renter policies.
Well,
though.
the idea being that it's not in their control as the owner of the home, because they're having tenants come in there.
Yeah, I get it.
So they'll add coverage for that. But when it's your primary home, when it's your own home, I don't see it covered on almost any homeowner policy.
You made me think of like Airbnb and stuff like that real quick. On short-term rentals, I would assume that's in there, right?
Well, again, the policy has to cover it. You have to make sure there's an endorsement for it.
Do they generally offer it for short-term rentals? That's where I'd be worried about it.
It's more to the company based. The company either has it, whether it's long-term or short-term. If they allow it, if they have the coverage, you'll see it on there. But it's not a super common thing. You don't see it all that often.
What would happen on a side note if you were doing an Airbnb or short-term rentals through some platform or even just on your own, and something catastrophic happened and you never told your insurance company you were doing it?
Yep.
If they prove it was a short-term rental, pretty much
they have grounds to decline the
whole
it
thing.
Specifically has exclusions if it's being rented on a short-term basis.
Okay.
And some of those companies define short-term basis as less than 6 months.
Yeah.
Lease. So it doesn't even have to be your Airbnb,
days,
or the nightly, whatever. But there are so many companies that offer coverage for short-term, rentals now. Just make sure you have it. Just be forthright. It saves you in the long run if you're just making sure that you have the right coverage.
Okay, so insect infestation, most likely not. And then as far as things covered and not covered, I'd like to go over those. There is a big confusion always, sudden and accidental, as opposed to over time. We'll talk about that. But Charlie now, Chuck, we always take calls and they get priority. 303-713-TALK is the iHeart number, 713-8255. And the Troubleshooter Network, you can call 303-MARTINO around the clock and either get on the show that right when it comes through or leave a message and we'll get back to you, 303-627-8466. Chuck, what's going on? Hi, Chuck. What's happening?
Hi, Tom. Yes, good morning. I'm kind of got an issue with the Toyota Motors. Because I've owned numerous Toyotas through the years. I had a couple of Camrys years ago, and I've had a 2005 Tundra, and then I've had like 4 Toyota Highlanders, and I just have kind of moved up the line through the years, starting with a 2013 and then a 2017, and now I have a 2020 Highlander Platinum, and I have a 2022 Highlander XLE.
Which one are you having the trouble with?
Well, actually, both of them. About 2 months ago, I ended up having a problem with my 2022 Highlander. I took it in for service at Toyota East, and as I left there, I noticed a kind of a noise as you was accelerating going down Alameda, and so I ended up a couple of days taking it back and having them look into it.
Now, did the noise develop after the service, or that's why you took it in?
Well, no, I took it in for a normal service, and I don't know if it had started and I hadn't noticed it yet or whatever, but as I was leaving there, I didn't have the radio on, air conditioning, and so I heard it, and I thought, well, maybe it was something they did during the service, but anyhow, I took it back. They did a diagnosis on it and discovered it was a failure in the transfer case, and now that I've done a little research, it sounds like there's numerous problems with the Toyota Highlander with the UA80F 8-speed transmissions, them failing specifically 2017 through 2023, but the bulk of them have occurred on the 2020 through the 2022. Now, there's a couple of...
Are there recalls? Are there recalls?
Well, not a recall. Now, there's a couple of technical service bulletins out there talking about this issue and that problems. There's been a few cases where they're
okay. So what's the story with you? Is it costing you a lot of money? Is it something you think Toyota should cover? What's your situation?
Well, yeah, that's sort of the situation, Tom. Here's what's happening. The majority of the problems with this transmission seems to occur on most of their vehicles around 60,000 miles to 80,000 miles.
And you're saying it starts in the transfer case, right?
Yeah, the powertrain warranty, of course, runs out at 5 years, 60,000 miles. So if you look them up, you find out that people all over the country have ended up having this problem occur between 60 and 80,000, and they end up having to have the repair done, and the repair costs somewhere between $6,000 and $12,000, and it's out of the customer's pocket. So I had the 2022 done. Luckily, it only has 28,000 miles on it, so they repaired it under their powertrain warranty, and I went away, and right now it seems to be okay. Now, I don't know if it'll come back again in another...
But you only had it in one of them, right, so far, in one of them?
Well, I originally did, Tom, about 2 months ago, and then about a week ago, my wife mentioned to me that she heard it on the 2020 Platinum, so I took it for a drive. Yeah, it had a whine in the... as you was accelerating, kind of between 20 and about 45 or 50, and so I took it to Groove Toyota to have them diagnose it with 59,500 miles on it. Now, it's just it's about 11 months out of the 5-year warranty. I bought it in September of 2020.
And it's over on mileage, right?
Well, no, it's just 500 miles shy of the 60,000, so within the miles, it's just I'm about 11 months beyond. Well, they diagnosed it with, the problem is, and they told me when I took it,
how much?
You've got that, must have that standard problem with the transmission, and so they looked it up and they called me back and said, that's what it is, and
how much?
We can order it. It's going to cost about $6,000.
I don't think he hears us.
Yeah, he did. $6,000. He just said it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, $6,000.
Let's see what Jeff Vick has to say on it, because we got to take this break real quick as well.
All right, we got more right after this. 303-713-TALK. Listen, Jeff Vick will address this. I want to tell you about Renew Home Innovations, beautiful Italian custom showers. This is Italian porcelain. They're direct importers. They do it in about 3 days. You have a year to pay with no interest and no payments. The best deal anywhere. 303-904-2000. RenewHomeInnovations.com.
Yep.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, traffic on the freeways not doing too badly, although we're seeing some slowing on, it looks like I-76 westbound from 88th through about 74th. Kind of sluggish on that stretch. That could be construction related. 270 heading west up through Vasquez, a little slowing there, as well as I-25 south coming into downtown through Spear. One accident up to the north. This is going to be on 104th west of Huron. Rollover accident. Crews have been on the scene trying to get that clear. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of the eccentric inventor who changed how Americans ate, Clarence Birdseye. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, Excel Roofing does a hail-proof roof, a class 4. They do standing metal seam. They do all kinds of roofs other than the conventional asphalt, and you can trust them. They're your roofing authority. You can call them for repairs, complete replacement, whether insurance, or maybe you're buying a roof because you're selling your house or you're buying a house. You can find a pricing tool on the front page of their website. That's excelroofing.com, E-X-C-E-L. You'll also find meaningful blogs about all kinds of industry things, and they are your roofing authority. That's excelroofing.com. Call them for any roofing need, gutters as well, 303-761-6400.
All right.
Thank you.
Movie event next week. This one's going to be great. It's the Baby Boomer Deluxe.
You need 4 minutes to go get something?
No, I'm fine right now,
It's
thanks.
All right, Okay, I worry about you.
Financial experts. And I'll tell you this, when you leave that movie, and it's free, when you leave there, you're going to know how to protect your retirement. Concessions will be provided. There's going to be 3 different raffle prizes given away. And once again, tickets are complimentary. And you can check out the new theater, the Imagine Theater in Parker. It's the old AMC. Here's where you can check out the movie. You can watch the trailer and get your free tickets. Get signed up now. If you're in retirement or close to retirement, you're sick of watching the stock market go up and down, you're going to learn a lot. Go to mymoneymovie.com. That's mymoneymovie.com.
Thank
so
you.
they just lit up.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Have you guys seen the QVC blowjob wig woman?
No.
Blowjob?
Yes. Are you ready for the audio from a QVC live?
Yeah. And it's a real deal. Go ahead.
Real deal. Okay.
To show the texture and this wave pattern. Again, it looks like you went and got a blowjob at your blowout at your salon. Oh my God. And it looks beautiful.
Oh,
The problem is the people that listen to that, it probably went right over their head.
So next to her on the set, there's another woman who starts talking, and now the woman who said blowjob is now laying on the floor crying.
Oh, God.
And that's real. It's not fake bullshit.
Live TV.
Jesus.
It's like you got a blowjob at your... Oh, my God, I can't believe I said that.
That's a hell of a wig, man. I'm buying
now
one.
Right in,
How much? How much for the wig?
How come I hear like 5 of you? It's
You
got to
what?
be Martino.
It's echoey. Well, it's because Tom has a huge effing house.
Okay, now I got my speaker off.
Yeah, there it
Didn't you handle
I
the
just turn it on
paperwork
during
for his palatial
commercials.
estate?
The speaker's on only during commercials.
Right. Just a big fucking echoey marble mansion.
Get up.
Not Keystone. What's
my
right
house.
after Keystone? Frisco, there's a nice charger now.
Frisco, there's one at, because I got a place in Copper Mountain, and it's at Copper Mountain.
Okay,
You
you're
get off
sweet.
at Copper Mountain at that gas station. They have 7 superchargers right there.
Yep.
I go there a lot. I just went up this last weekend. My son is pretty handy guy, so he installed a Tesla charger in our garage up there.
Oh, cool.
So now I have one in my garage.
30 or 50, yeah. 30.
Well, it's the 240 volt.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the one that you would, that you have at your house.
Yeah, you can get 40 or 50 or 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
Not that it's a big deal. I mean, 60 is probably 4 hours compared to 5 hours.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't even know. So do you? How much power does it draw if you do the 60?
Mine's 50 amp. I don't know. Well, I don't know what you mean by
It's
how much power.
two breakers is what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
basically taking. Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
Well, yeah, but you would have different size breakers. If you have 60 amp, you would have 230 amp breakers, or however an
Yeah.
electrician does
Right.
it.
Right. I think it's a 50 amp.
Do you have the full Tesla panel at home?
No, that'd
No.
be cool for other reasons, not
Yeah.
for the charger.
That would be awesome. Yeah, to have that solar wall or whatever.
Mhm.
It's fucking expensive.
Yeah. I don't have solar on my house or anything.
I don't either. But I'd use it just as a backup. I'd let the electricity charge it.
Yeah.
You could probably, I don't know how long you could run your house. I mean, I think you could run your AC and all kinds of shit.
One of my neighbors has the Tesla solar roof where it's like the individual tiles all over.
I
the
saw
entire
that.
roof.
Is it kind of cool looking?
They're kind of shiny, but that looks like a regular roof.
Is it hail-proof?
Yeah. Yep. It's expensive.
Oh, they're ridiculous.
Yeah, but his whole house, when power goes out and around the neighborhood, his is the only house just cranking.
Here you go.
Home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Tom Martino with Marc Mager, and we have Brian in from Compass Insurance Group, free of the insurance checkups they do. And we have on the phone Chuck. We're trying to get an expert on for you, Chuck. I want to go to Don. Hold on, Chuck, and we're going to find out about this transfer case. I don't think that, from what I could find out on the web, Toyota is giving in on fixing them after warranty. They're just not. They're saying that if it happened under warranty, by the way, did you have the technical service bulletin done? They want to know. And we have our expert up right now, or one of them. Jeff Vick does transmissions at Kimmer Transmission, and he'll probably weigh in on this. Jeff, the Toyota Highlander and some other Toyotas that are similar are having problems with the transmission, specifically starting in the transfer case. And it's been a known problem. Have you heard about it?
No, we don't see a high rate of failure in those in all actuality. The transmission, yes, but not as a result of transfer case.
Chuck,
failure.
was I wrong, or did it start in the transfer case with a noise?
Well, they weren't exactly sure whether it's a transfer case or it's kind of a result of this 8-speed automatic transmission. That seemed in the 6-cylinder.
So that's basically, it was a transmission failure.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, they do have a number of planetary failures. You know, the gear train inside there will crash on them.
And were you hoping to get this fixed out of warranty? Is that what you're trying to do, get it fixed out of warranty?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm kind of looking at it. You know, I've owned so many of these Toyotas through the years, and you know, they talk about how reliable they are, and that they, you know, usually you can get 150, 200,000 miles with no problems as long as you do all those services, which I've always done on all my vehicles from the dealers, and all the change oils when you're supposed to, and transmission oils and all that. And I just am thinking, geez, if so many of people around the country are having to turn around at $60,000, $80,000 and spend $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 to get this repaired, and then if it happens again, another 50,000, 60,000 miles, boy, that's a lot of cost. That tells me that they're not as reliable as they're saying. And I thought, why don't they step up and maybe do something, especially for seniors and some of us that have been good customers and bought so many vehicles through them. I was just thinking, you know, maybe they could at least do a partial cost share with me or something.
Well, I have found on the web they're not doing it. In fact, they're being criticized for it, but it hasn't been a recall. Yeah. Jeff?
Well, and recalls, and we've talked about that before, and that, you know, typically those are going to surround themselves around, you know, safety issues. It's not going to be mechanical issues. They do come up from time to time, and usually because that, you know, they're afraid of a lawsuit or something to that effect. But it's seldom going to be something, you know, hey, transmissions are crashing at 80,000. You know, and that's actually not the norm for 80,000. I mean, it's me seeing 140, 150,000 on these is common. I've got a 19 Highlander in here right now. It's got a virgin unit in there. Nobody's ever touched it. It's got over 245,000 miles.
Wow. Holy crap. So is it just luck of the draw? I mean, they're not all going bad, just some of them?
Yeah, I mean, they have a high enough rate of failure that, you know, you're going to hear about it. And quite frankly, when you do get on the internet, nobody gets on there and says, hey, my 2019 Highlander is working great today. They get on there to complain about what went wrong.
You know, Dimitri last Friday was bitching about Toyota. He said the newer ones, and he was talking about the engines that aren't naturally aspirated. They got turbos and stuff. He goes, they wear out a lot quicker.
Oh, they definitely do, no doubt about it. You know, the older Toyotas, the older 4Runners, and the pickups, and even the old Corollas. I mean, you could keep those things running, you know, just by putting gas in them and forgetting about it.
You know, some of this is to blame on our government, too. They want these cars to get better gas mileage. So, you know, they're building little engines, and they have to have those transmissions, Jeff, right? Like an 8-speed in order just to get the kind of gas mileage they're looking for.
They're running much higher RPMs in them. Turbos are more and more prevalent on the everyday vehicle. It's not just the super hyped up cars like when we were kids.
Can we say that it's a rule that if you have a turbo, it will rob life from a car?
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, you're going to be running higher pressures. You're going to be running higher temperatures. Some of that is also, you know, the driver's abuse or neglect.
Yeah, but on diesels, I mean, Jeff, on a diesel, you almost have to have it, right?
100%. But, you know, when you get off a hot run, you know, you've just driven out to Salina, Kansas, or even just going over Eisenhower, and then you stop and you shut that thing down, well, those temperatures are piping hot. You should actually let it idle and cool down before you shut her down.
So heat is the enemy, and of course turbos generate heat, and of course overpower, over revving, all of that. Chuck, I'm going to tell you from everything I'm reading here, Toyota's not going to give in. I mean, they're just.
I kind of thought that. I was just sort of thinking maybe from more of a public relations standpoint, because they've always had such a good
I think they're thinking more of a stockholder standpoint than they are anything else.
Toyota, here's something I want to say about Toyota. They're great cars and they have great service life and all that. But the company itself, they never bend over backwards for the consumer. They don't. General Motors does because they have to. Toyota's more of this hotsy-totsy, hey, we're Toyota. And I'm serious. Over the years, we have never gotten cooperation from district managers and people from Toyota doing stuff for people. They just don't. I'm just going to tell like it is.
I've always liked those high warranty cars, like the Hyundai and the Kias.
They're
100,000 miles. You can't beat that.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
Well, and maybe that's the way to go. A person needs to go to a car that has the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty and just make sure that when that runs out, you get rid of your car.
Or before it runs out, right? Mark used to do it right before it runs out. You got a couple years left, and you can sell it with a warranty, and he worked out pretty well with that. Chuck, thanks for calling. I'm sorry we didn't have a better answer for you. Don, I know you got a solar panel issue, but we got to take this break, and we'd love to talk to you about it. DenverRegen.com for genuine stem cell therapy. Denver Regen. I've had it done. It works. DenverRegen.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, traffic on the freeways not doing too badly, although we're seeing some slowing on, it looks like I-76 westbound from 88th through about 74th. Kind of sluggish on that stretch. That could be construction related. 270 heading west up through Vasquez, a little slowing there, as well as I-25 south coming into downtown through Spear. One accident up to the north. This is going to be on 104th west of Huron. Rollover accident. Crews have been on the scene trying to get that clear. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how a divided room during the American Revolution found unity in a single prayer. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, the steel building industry is dangerous because a lot of people misrepresent themselves as being factory direct. So I'm going to tell you about a true factory right here in Grand Junction, Colorado, serving the entire country. In fact, they ship around the world. Direct to you. They have engineers on staff and go direct to the consumer, whether it's a giant big church, warehouse, shopping center, or a barn, a garage, a workshop, or anything in between. It's great. westernbuildings.com. We know the people. We love them. Mark has one of their buildings. Also, it's 100% American steel, guaranteed for life. The finishes alone are guaranteed for 40 years. That's great. westernbuildings.com.
You know, if you need a home loan, there's a company, CMG Financial, and I personally know one of the bigwigs here, John Clace. He's great. In fact, he's done a loan for my son on his first house in Nebraska and my daughter about a month ago on her first house right here in Colorado. And Suzanne and I have the 30-year line of credit on our house. It's a first deed of trust. It's money we can pay up, pay down anytime we want. You're going to love all the different products. And if you're older and been thinking about a reverse mortgage, now you have someone trusted that'll tell you if it's right for you. But even better yet, if it is right for you, you're going to save on the fees and you're going to save on the interest rates. They're a direct lender. There's no middleman involved. It's a great way to borrow money. 303-577-7206. Call John Clace directly. He loans in every single state. 303-577-7206 or partnerinlending.com.
If you run a business.
Very nice. Hey, Mark.
He's on the turlet.
Is he? He's busy. He's buying something online.
What's he buying?
You.
No, you're buying, he said. You are.
You're
no,
usually buying during the show.
No, I'm not. It's funny. I was
He's
looking.
on that QVC thing
If
again.
you must know,
Blowjob.
I was looking things to do in Chadron, Nebraska this weekend.
I want to hear what there is to do.
Yeah, and I'll have you know there's nothing. There's literally a movie in the parking lot of the hospital.
We don't have a concert.
It doesn't even say what movie. It doesn't say who's putting it on.
I wonder if they could
There's
spring
just a
for
movie.
Spider-Man. That'd be good.
They don't have I was thinking there's no drive-in theater.
Yeah.
They do have a theater. It's a singleplex. It might
Yeah.
be a duplex.
No, single is great.
Yeah.
Probably got an Elvis movie playing.
They've got two restaurant bars. One of them, the guy died like a year ago. I don't think it's open again, so now they have one. It's called Wilds.
Tell them to go to night court and watch all the shenanigans.
When me and Shemansky was out there from Genesis, we were at Wilds, and we started talking to this older couple, and he was the old mayor of the town.
Oh.
And that was kind of cool.
No
How many people are in this town?
Oh, God, maybe 5,000. I don't even think that.
Hey, Google, what's the current population of Chadron, Nebraska?
I'm guessing 3 to 5. My son's the biggest employer there.
In Chadron, Nebraska. Its population is roughly 5,000 to 5,200 people.
That's, how about when school's out? Ask the same question. There's a college here. When the kids go home,
Oh, really?
it drops.
What's the population of Chadron, Nebraska when school is out?
It's a tiny town. His next door will be in Pierre.
Yeah, it does drop by about 1,000.
Does that what it says?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow. Down to 4,000 in the off season.
Actually, I think the college is the number one job provider, then Walmart.
I was going to say, he's still with Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So in Pierre, his store will be, I think it's 5 times bigger.
Really?
It's ridiculous.
I had a father-in-law that played football at Chadron.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know they had a football team. Oh, yeah, I did actually, because the guy that works at Wild, he got injured his freshman year.
Oh.
They yanked his football scholarship,
Oh.
and he's stuck there. He's been there 5 years now.
I'll be damned.
Those small towns like that are a trip, man. Literally everybody knows everybody, except for the students.
How fun.
If you have a fight with your wife, the whole town knows. I mean, it's that small.
What does your son think of it?
He likes it.
He likes being in that small of a town?
He's ready to move, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, he doesn't mind it at all. That's
I
where
would go
his
insane
girlfriend's
being
moving
there
in
that
next
long.
week there.
Where did he meet her?
He met her at a party in Castle Rock. She lives in a apartment right above or right near Great Divide in Castle Rock. So like downtown Castle Rock. Nice apartment, little 1-bedroom.
And she came out to Chadron for him. Is the whole...
They've been going back and forth, so they see each other at least once a month, and it's been that way for a year. She's out there more than he's out here.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Here we go. Coming
she's
back.
doing it.
Wow.
Listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, AppleAir.com. That's air with an E, a company since 1988, started by Todd Terry and his sons and his wife, family owned and operated since 1988. That's a company you can trust on referral lists for a long time, AppleAir.com. Hey, speaking of companies you can trust, Compass, I can't remember when we didn't have Compass as our insurance experts. They've been insuring us. And we do have a discussion coming up. I'm getting some texts on stuff that they say, what the hell is sudden and accidental as opposed to over time? How do you decide? What is the time limit? Is it defined in the policy? But first, I want to talk to Don about his solar panels. Don, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. What happened is about 2 months ago, I got a bill that was for my electric company, which was like $300. And I'm here like, that's not right. I have solar panels. So I went to my
now.
monitoring
What had it
software.
been? What had it been before that, Don? Were you getting any bills?
50.
Okay, and all of a sudden it jumped.
He probably had an inverter crash or something. What happened?
Yeah, and I talked to the company that monitors my solar panels, and we figured out the inverter crash, just like you said. And they sent me an inverter, and they said, you need to contact your company to install this.
What company?
So I, One Solar.
Okay.
Okay. And they have not gone back to me at all, really.
Just get someone else. We're having bad reports about One Solar, Solar One, and variations of that. Most of these companies, they just come and go with the wind. You should just get someone to install it.
Call Alliance. They're on our referral list, and if there is a warranty on the part, she can generally get that handled.
Well, he already got the part, Mark. The guy sent him the part. That's the good news.
Then call her up and see how much. Or you know what? If he's already got the part, let's light a fire under these guys to get out there if it's under warranty.
Are they even around, Don, anymore?
Yes.
Okay, let Max, Axe, call him. Just call him, see if we can get him on the air right now. Or Deputy Doc, give him a call. Here's the deal. I agree trying to get him on, but also any electrician can do that. Any electrician.
I missed it. Was it the inverter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it was an inverter, and I talked to Solar Edge, who monitors my thing, and they said, "Oh, it's your inverter," and that's why they sent me one.
Okay, is it still under warranty?
Parts and labor?
The labor may not be under warranty. Don, see, here's what I'm saying. We'll try to call Solar One. But meanwhile, any electrician can do that, and I'm not sure the labor is covered anyway. We have more coming up. We'll explore with Compass Insurance Group and your questions, problems, and complaints.
Thank you. I had a very good friend for a long time who talked like that. Man, it wears you out. That same delivery.
That was exactly him when I asked. I said, "Was there anyone in particular you're?" Well, yes. Hang on.
Hey, Mark, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
If I wanted to take somebody to small claims court,
Mm-hmm.
do I just go? Where do I get the paperwork? Can I do it online?
Mm-hmm.
What? I have it printed out.
Yeah, I'll send you a link.
Okay, thanks.
What is that horn I'm hearing? Well,
Let's see. I don't hear anything from the studio.
no, I heard it's like almost like a.
Did you see your value went up on that S?
No, I haven't even paid attention.
It's crazy, man.
Because of the fact that they don't make it?
Yeah, mine went up. Both cars went up substantially, but mine went up.
Are you still hearing it?
No, I only heard it once in a while, like almost like an alert for a phone, but it's like a clown car horn.
I did for a minute.
Oh,
but
that is me.
I buy, so no.
I saw that they have a new Y coming out that's the long base launch edition. So it's got a third row for people that would need that, but it's also got, it's not as fast as the S, but it's like 4 second, 0 to 60.
So I take it it's still 2 motor.
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
I don't know either.
It just says launch edition Model Y. I don't like the look of the Y as much as I do the S.
I think I'd get a 3 Pro over a Y.
They're pretty small though.
I know, and we got dogs, so I gave it thought though. I really did.
Yeah.
And I was like, shit, that's crazy.
I mean, that is, but like you said, if there's another car that I was like, could do the self-drive the same way, I would totally consider it.
But there isn't.
No, there isn't.
You think this is it?
Yeah, that sounds something like that.
Let's see, I'll turn it up. Hang on.
I mean, no, it sounds something like that.
Surprising that Tesla's.
But it went.
Their vehicles.
It's a little different than that.
Big stock.
Oh, okay, because that's my email
I got to
one.
get that damn Optimus going.
Yeah.
Need robots, man.
Yeah.
I got to get me a robot.
You gonna have a robot?
That'll be our self-driver. We can put our robot into a Ford and it'll drive us around. And be a bodyguard.
Yeah.
Stay away from my human.
It'll have that big, like on your car, it has the eye that's looking around. You know how you ever seen that when you walk up to it?
Yep. No, I couldn't believe it, man. Even some dude on YouTube, he's got an older 3. And his older 3, I mean, it's probably, I know he's got hardware 3 or 2 in it. Jumped 5-7 grand.
It is crazy.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like, you know, that's at least 5 years old.
Oh my gosh.
Or 4 or 5.
Well, how else do you make it to 80 without? Oh crap.
I hate clickbait. I hate it.
What do you mean extension?
When I call it, says please enter an extension, but it won't connect me to anyone unless I enter an extension.
That's weird.
Right? I can ask him for more numbers, but he's...
Yeah, see if he's got something else.
All right.
I mean, if you can't, yeah. Oh.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, Tom Martino here, and we got Compass Insurance in the house talking about insurance, and we have people on the line. We have a solar issue. Did you get a hold of them, Axe? We were going to call Solar One.
He's trying to, man. When you call up there, it wants an extension. The guy doesn't know what the extension is, and you can't do anything.
Sucks. Anyway, they're not coming in to install the inverter, but the company at least stood by the warranty. That's great. And again, any electrician can install this. In fact, there are electricians that work on solar all the time, but they don't even have to be a solar electrician. And I don't think it's going to cost that much. I certainly would call them if I can't get a hold of Solar One. How old is your system, Don?
4 years, 2 years.
Yeah. What makes you think, and I'm not challenging, I'm asking, what makes you think the labor for this is covered for the inverter replacement? What makes you think?
I would pay somebody.
Okay, then call. Okay, then I would start by calling a good electrical contractor. I'm serious. Just call an electrical contractor. Or
Williams and Sons would be good for this. They're on our referral list.
Who?
And Williams
and Sons?
Yeah, Williams and Sons, smaller operation, and then Fix It 24/7. They could have someone out there today, most likely.
They have
and then I'm going to give you one more that might be really good for this scenario, Integrity Electric, and they're on our referral list as well.
And again, Alliance.
Yeah, I see all of them.
Alliance is a solar company that's still going strong.
Oh, yeah, Alliance for sure. In fact,
they would
she'd
have a
probably give
referral
you an estimate right over the phone.
Yeah, or a referral, Mark. Maybe if it's too small, they'll just give them a referral. So Alliance Roof and Solar, they're pretty good people.
That's pretty, that's an amazing savings he had there, though. So if you were usually $50 and it jumped to $300, I get it's in the middle of summer, but on average, were you saving $250? And if so, what were your payments on that system? I mean, were you cash flowing it?
It was about $175.
All right, so you were saving $75 and building a little equity in the system.
Yeah.
How long do you have to
not
go
bad.
before? How long do you have to pay monthly payments on that system? Is it a 20-year?
I think it's like 15, and so about 11 more years.
Yeah.
Okay, Don. Thank you for calling. Try those and get back to us, John. Welcome. What's going on with you, John?
Well, first of all, thanks for getting my call, Tom.
Yes, sir.
I have problems with this people. Back in the 80s, I had a J.C. Penney card, and they said that I never paid for that card back then.
Are you kidding me? Back in the 80s, they're trying to collect from you?
Don't talk to them anymore, man. They're insane.
Yeah, you just ignore them. There's not a judgment alive that survived, what is it, 40-some-odd years, almost 50 years?
Did you have a Montgomery Ward's card as well?
No, just a J.C. Penney, and they're trying to collect, and they sent me this letter saying that I owe $2,129.
From what year?
Back in the 80s, I would say.
Just forget it, John.
But
just forget it, bro. They're just
Did you have a Woolworth's credit card as well?
Remember Woolworths?
No, just a J.C. Penney. But that was back then when they had that Westminster Mall, and the mall's not even there anymore. It's gone.
John, don't worry about it, man. They're honest to God. This is so old. They're just trying to ghost up a payment, and no matter what they offer, if you pay, you start it all over again, even though it's that old. We're starting to hear these, Mark, more and more lately. These old debts being ghosted.
It's the second one in 2 days, man.
Yeah,
they're trying to
ghost up payments and make a new payment, make a new payment history. Don't do it, John. Forget about them, okay? Just forget about them.
When I think it was Southwest Plaza. It was Southwest Plaza. They had a Montgomery Ward, so this would have been in the 90s. I had my computer stores, and they were getting rid of everything. The shelves, liquidating Big time. Forget about the merchandise. That was pretty much gone. I bought all the point-of-sale systems made by NCR, so I had this small warehouse full of NCR scanners that grocery stores and everybody used back then. I bought it all for like $1,000, and I think by the time I was done liquidating it and selling it, I made about $9,000.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
He made me think of that, man. I mean, those stores are so old. Think of the heritage there. JCPenney's, Sears, Woolworths, Montgomery Ward's, gone.
Oh, there are so many of those stores.
How about Blockbuster?
They were all the cornerstones of the mall back in that day.
Those were the anchors.
Those were the anchors.
How Nordstrom's and Macy's even survive, I have no idea. I have no idea how they survive.
I mean, if you don't have a strong online presence like Walmart converted to, I mean, they're still brick and mortar. But what I mean is they're doing
massive.
They're doing a hell of a job online, and you're seeing as many of those trucks
They're
around.
They're outpacing e-commerce wise. That's all we're talking about here. Retail, they dominate the world, but they are now outpacing Amazon in growth on e-commerce. Yep, that came out in the last week.
That is incredible.
Yeah, and their advertising, I'm a big stockholder in Walmart. Their advertising now is crazy, and I don't mean how they advertised us, the public. They have an advertising company where you can go direct and do digital ads and do digital things through kind of their marketplace and place your own ads, and it's crushing it. They're starting to diversify outside of just, especially retail, but even outside of e-commerce. They're taking that profit and they're opening other businesses or other models within their system. It's really cool, actually.
Now, what do you mean you can run ads and stuff?
So right now, if you want to advertise, say, on Hulu Live or on YouTube Live or on any streaming services, you can go through iHeart, for example.
Right.
You can go through even KRDO, our affiliate down there sells it. A lot of people sell it. And basically now with the Walmart platform, and I forget the name of it, they bought it a little while ago, but you can log on to it and basically do the exact same thing, but do it all yourself. You don't have to go through like a sales rep and their AI built into it'll help.
You book your own.
Yeah, they're literally kind of changing the way people are going to be advertising in the future too, which honestly isn't great for us.
No,
but it is what it is.
No, unless we become part of it, of course, because people want to make sure that their messages are heard. Compass Insurance, covered, not covered. Okay. When does something move from sudden and accidental? First of all, explain coverage. And by the way, our number is 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255 or 303-MARTINO. So explain, first of all, the covered part, the sudden and accidental. That's easy. What is that?
Well, yeah, actually, sudden isn't that easy to define. Accidental, I think, is a little bit easier to say. If it's not something that's unexpected and, obviously not intentional, it's a pretty easy definition on whether or not that qualifies. But when you start talking about sudden, that's where it gets a little bit more difficult and complicated. I mean, I think we all understand that if a hailstorm comes, it's sudden. It just happens out of the blue. Right. It's there. Where it gets more complicated are things like water losses. When did this occur? That's why there's so many exclusions that around things like mold and or even like the infestation question you're asking about. Why wouldn't that be covered? Well, you got to think that an infestation is not necessarily something that happens immediately. That's usually something that happens over time. An infestation occurs, it gets worse. If it's termites, it's taking time to cause the damage. That is where an insurance policy, is not really going to cover you for something like that.
But that stuff's kind of excluded. I mean, it's actually called out in the policy generally.
Yep.
And most
but I'm
of
just
that
trying to get a mind around what sudden is.
One of the main problems then when people call us is thing called seepage.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a slow leak of some kind or moisture damage over time.
Yep. And then generally, if there is seepage coverage, Brian, it's pretty much capped, right?
Almost always. There's, you know,
Like
if you have a
20
good
grand,
policy, you have
50 grand.
20,000, and most policies don't have that. So yeah, if it's seepage, again, that's saying that it's happened over time. But now think of that same loss, that the pipe has slowly degraded over time,
and then bam,
and then boom, it bursts, and there's water everywhere. They're going to have to cover that because that is sudden. Even though the actual pipe degraded over time, the event, the actual damage occurred on a sudden basis.
And you couldn't really bring it down to a time frame, say even a week, because if you weren't home and there was a water break or a gas leak, for that matter, that was going on for a week, then kablooey, that would be covered, right?
Yeah, if the gas had occurred, but you open the door and all of a sudden it's there, I mean, you know, they're going to investigate. It's so hard to say anything is covered or not covered when people ask me this, you know, because they're going to investigate. And that's where, and I'm just being honest with you, that's where if you're with a good company, you're in a much better place, because some of this stuff is debatable. I mean,
how about the one you just
cut.
put me with? I was with Liberty Mutual or Safeco.
Yep.
And you've heard me bitch about them. Anything I've ever had to do, they fight me on. So how's Travelers compared?
Travelers is rated one of the better companies as far as claim satisfaction. So they're up there. I would say a company like Cincinnati, who's a newer carrier we have. Cincinnati is really highly rated. So is Chubb.
Do a lot of them simply not like, why did you price me in those?
Yes.
Okay.
You're in a specific category that's more difficult because you have a higher fire risk for your house.
I got it.
So you get limited on who you can write some people with when it comes to fire risk. But if I can put people, I mean, I have this conversation all the time where, sure, let's say Allstate comes back way cheaper, but Cincinnati is, 20% more. I'll explain it to them and say, hey, you can go to Allstate and you can save some money, but I'm just telling you, if you have a claim, you're going to be happier if you're with Cincinnati or, whoever you're with. It does make a difference.
Let's talk. If you are talking insurance damage, always call Genesis Total Exteriors. They're great people for anything on the outside of your house. They'll walk the property and do everything on one invoice and help you with the claim. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Back to school is almost here. With iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, your business can support local educators, connect with families, and be part of a message your next customers already care about. Get your business into the back-to-school conversation today. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com.
Hey, listen, right now, I'm not jumping the gun, but we have fall coming around the corner. Fix It 24/7 has this extreme clean tune and check for $39 now for your AC, which has been working overtime, and they will take it apart and refurbish it, or your furnace for $39. Fix It will also give you free second opinions. So as things wind down and maybe you're getting ready for winter, if somebody says you need a furnace, a cracked heat exchanger, all of that, Fix It doesn't even charge a call charge for your free second opinion. So whether you want the $39 refurbishment or you want a free second opinion, fixmyhome.com is the website. Fixmyhome.com. Book now. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. I've been representing Frank for 30 years, and no one works harder than Frank. I mean, you will think you're his only customer. Now, what he does when he lists a home, he doesn't just put a sign up or put it in multi-list. He does outbound marketing to hundreds of thousands of people. He does staging. He does drone shots and all of these wonderful media. He does as well, of course, no long-term contracts because he wants you to be satisfied with him each and every day. He sells for more money and cheaper. He gets multiple offers. For more money, I meant, and faster, and multiple offers. That's Frank Duran, the real estate man.com, 303-920-1622.
Thank you. My testosterone was, see, it's kind of weird. So my total testosterone is 672.
You want a little
for my
higher.
age. What's that?
You want a little higher than that, 800.
Well, that's my total. My free testosterone is 105.6, which is within range.
Right.
But most clinics want that around 200, and that's 672 around 1,000.
That's right. Exactly.
So they'll take that information and kind of create my pellet.
Okay.
And then the other one that's weird I just saw here is estradiol, which you think of estrogen. Mine
Estradiol, right.
Estradiol, yeah, mine is 37.3, and that's slightly
That's
above
a little
lab.
high.
Well, it's slightly above lab cores, but Kimberly, once I'm on the testosterone, they want that like up around 50 to 70. So they want it higher.
What? Really?
Yeah.
What does that do? What does that one do?
Gives you tits if it's too high.
See,
That's
that is the
exactly what it
estrogen.
does.
Okay.
It is estrogen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Estradiol, I thought she played the wife on Good Times.
she did.
It's actually Esther Roll.
Oh, my liver was good, kidneys good. I got a little bit of low
When did you
zinc.
have the blood work done?
About a week ago. I just got the results yesterday. Or I got them, actually, I saw them this morning. They were sitting there since yesterday, but I didn't realize they were the results.
Where'd you get it done? Right there?
Whoever she sent me to, LabCorp.
Okay, gotcha.
They're everywhere.
Good. I get it done right at her clinic. It's easier.
That's way far away for me. I'll be happy to go in there once, and that's, well, I guess I have to go in for the
Will
pellets.
you have to go back in when you go get your next pellet, or is it just like?
Yeah, the pellets probably, it depends how much exercise I'm doing, and I'll argue with Kimberly. She's the RN, it's her clinic, but I'm telling you, especially from Suzanne and previous stuff, if you work out and run 5-6 miles a day and do yoga all the fucking time, that pellet goes quicker. It's just a fucking fact of life compared to if you sit around doing nothing.
Of course it does. Yeah. Why? Did anyone tell you that's not true?
Yeah, Kimberly said that's not true.
Like
What?
you can't overuse it.
Yeah, she said it doesn't matter to you. I swear to God, she said it while she was on air too, so I didn't correct her. And then I went back and just kind of double checked some stuff from years ago. You've never had it, or you have had it?
No, I haven't even had. I've never been tested
The
to
shot-
find out what my.
It'll be low. It doesn't
level is.
matter. Your doctor won't say it's low, but I mean, you would notice a big difference. Well, how old are you? 40?
No, I'm 51.
Oh shit, you'd notice a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're in really good shape. But your testosterone, it really doesn't tell that story at all.
Huh.
Yeah, you would think it's kind of goes side and side, but it really doesn't.
They don't really have one to do with the other. Tom, do you do that regularly?
Yeah, I do it with I took a little break during all my other shit.
Yeah, you had to.
Now I'm back. In fact, my doctor said it's good for me. Yeah. So and I've been going to Kimberly for a few years. I was going to Grossman, and then I switched to Kimberly, I think 3 years ago.
And you can it helps with heart, cardiac in general. It's almost like a GLP-1 in some ways. There's a lot of benefits to it.
And do you do the same thing, Tom? You get a pellet put in your side?
However many they do, And she does. Of all the times I've ever had it done, it's amazing how gentle it is for her to do it. I mean,
Here we go, guys.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. John has a couple more questions. I believe, is John the one that had that collection from 40 years ago? John?
Yeah, it's been back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And
So
I've been getting
what other
phone calls.
questions what other questions do you have on it, John?
If I should get me an attorney because I
No, John, ignore it. Ignore it. Tell them to take you to court. Hang up on them. Ignore it. They're not going to do anything. They're just trying to ghost or scare you to make a payment, and then you start it all over again. So don't do it. I mean, John, really, you don't need an attorney right now. They're not doing anything except threatening you.
Yeah, I've been getting these calls, and I'm getting tired of them. You know, they harass me, and
You have to tell them, do not call me anymore. Just tell them, do not call me anymore.
Just block them. Block them. Is it a cell phone or is it a landline? Well, I'm assuming it's a landline, so it's a little harder to block them, right?
Yeah, you can't block it. And they say I owe $2,000.
Yeah, just hang up on them. Just don't even deal with them anymore. Do you have call waiting? Do you know when they're calling?
Well, I have a voicemail. They could leave me a voicemail. I don't know if they'll leave me one or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, man, just don't talk to them. I mean, that's it. There's nothing they can do.
Exactly. Nothing. They're just blowhards. Don't let them.
That's one way to put it.
Is it a scam, or do you think he
total
owed this
scam
back in the 80s,
or
is this just made up?
I think it's a total scam. No, he probably had an account. What they do, Brian, they buy the books of old companies. They buy the hell out of them. And then they go and try to get people to pay on old accounts, and they resurrect them. Some of them could have been genuine, but after 40 years, there's nothing they can do to you.
Of course, yeah. But if you make any kind of payment, it starts it over again. Is what you're saying?
Totally.
Yeah.
It's called novation in the lingo. So what they do is they do that. They make you all over again. They give you an account. They say you made a payment, and then you got another 6 years for them to bug you, and they can possibly get a judgment because it's a brand new agreement. So, John, please ignore them. I mean, really and truly, it's a 40-year-old debt. Just hang up on them or block them. Kyle is on with us now. He has an issue with Allstate, and we do have an insurance expert on. What is the issue right now, Kyle, with Allstate?
Thank you. Yeah, real quick. First of all, have you come across any bad information and or intimidation against people who are paying their insurance rates all the time and then have to go to court and get intimidated by Allstate to try to
it depends.
drop a lawsuit?
Give us a specific that you're talking about, because I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Sure.
You mean someone who's had to sue Allstate to get coverage that they were paying for?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so again, and this is third hand, I just ran into this buddy of mine, and unfortunately his house burnt down.
Yeah.
And Allstate is just running him through the ringer.
Right.
Including 10 hours of intimidating, like our, what is it called, hearings about all the details of this claim. And to the point where it's been going on for a few years.
Wait. A few years, his house burned down. Where has he been living?
Yeah, that's what's interesting is I stopped by this person's property because I'm from out of state, and he's a caretaker with his son on this
and
farm up
it's
there.
Been a couple years. If he never filed anything, he may have lost his rights to open up a dispute. They just totally flim-flammed him. It's been going on for how long? 2 years?
He's had a claim, but they're from what I've been told.
No, he had a claim. He had a claim, but he never sued them or anything. I mean, how long has he had the claim out?
For at least a couple of years, from, again, this conversation just a few days ago, and Allstate keeps on dragging it out.
Right, and they're going to. That's what they're going to do. They're going to deny, they're going to delay, and then they're going to defend their decision. That's what they do.
But why are they? I mean, if the house burned down, unless they think it's arson or something intentional, what is he saying their reason is for delaying it, or are they fighting over the amount?
No, I think it was the actual cause. It was done by a DeWalt battery, supposedly, like in a garage or a shop or something.
Hey, that's Hey, Brian, how does that work? I mean, really, if something burns your house down and it is one of these lithium batteries or something, you're covered, though.
Yes, that's still going to be covered. I mean, of course, you'd want to see what their investigation is, but yes, that's fire. It's going to still be covered, whether it was because of the DeWalt tool or because a faulty wire in the house.
Even a car battery.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. You could still have coverage for that.
So who do I talk to so that this guy can get some momentum and some expertise or leverage, so that Allstate intimidates
Absolutely.
him.
Yes. You get your own
public adjuster.
Public adjuster involved.
And if he can't get anywhere, he'll turn them on to attorneys quick.
It's really important. Did you just hear what we said? Because I don't think you're really listening. You go to a public adjuster, and Matt Stanford at Paragon Services can help you, or your friend. Number? Do we have a phone?
Sir? Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, for Matt. Let me just get it here. And here's the deal, man. You have to do it. Don't just wait. They love the waiting game. Here's his number: 719-726-0020.
Yes, sir.
That's Matt.
And the name, please, one more time.
Matt Stanford.
M-A-X.
Matt, M-A-T, like in a floor mat. Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Matt, Paragon Services. Yeah, call them and get help. It's not or your friend. It's not something you want to do on your own. Seriously. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Yeah, insurance companies are doing more and more and more of this crap. You got to fight back. By the way, Vestera Turnkey is going to explain their program for making you a landlord if you want to be a landlord for part of your portfolio. And they're going to have a seminar. To find out about the next one, go to mybigestreturn.com.
Yep.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. Denver's talk station. An iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we're still dealing with a big delay on 225. The crash southbound approaching I-25 has the right lane fully blocked. Crews are still on the scene with that. The backup extends all the way to Parker and is just crawling along heading down the hill there. Certainly you got to keep to the left. That right lane, of course, gets you onto northbound 25. So it's going to take a little extra time here. You might want to consider bailing off. It looks like I-25 just a little slow through downtown. I-76 is back to normal after some earlier construction near Vasquez. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of the eccentric inventor who changed how Americans ate Clarence Birdseye. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You want a repair shop and service facility for your car that, first of all, has the experience and the knowledge, the value, and honesty. All of that wrapped up in SheridanAutotech.com. Go to Sheridan. Don't go to the dealer. You don't have to. You can save a ton of money going to Sheridan Autotech, including pre-buy inspections and electrical issues. Whatever it is, if it has to do with your car, it's conveniently located in a well-lit, secure facility on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. 303-455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com.
Yep.
Boy, that'd be nice if they brought Ryan back, dude.
Yep.
Yeah,
because I know Jess had nothing.
That was.
I don't think Jess liked that move at all.
Jess?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard from down the hall that they were shocked. I tell you, shocked that they had lost the opportunity for 20 live spots a week. What are we going to do? Well, you should not lay people off. That's what you should do. The hell? Normally, I like the feeling of one hand not knowing what the other hand is doing, but around here, it doesn't pay off.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I had him doing two companies.
Uh-huh.
It's so weird when you sell time as a product because you can never get it back. It's like I can't think of anything else where you really can't get it back. There's no recycling time. Right. Once that time's gone, it's worthless.
Yeah.
Do you remember the movie City Slickers? Remember that Billy Crystal's character was a radio salesman.
No, I didn't know that. Yeah.
He went to his kid's professional day or whatever, where parents will go in and talk about their job.
Yeah.
And he can't explain to the kids that he's selling air.
Yeah, exactly. I sell air. What does that mean?
Is it the kind that fills a balloon? No, it's not.
That's pretty good. I am infatuated with the WNBA now, and I can honestly say I've never seen a game. Not a whole game. It's crazy.
I haven't either. I haven't sat and watched an entire game.
I just can't. All they do, and I guess ESPN's a big part of it.
Well, yeah.
They're all just.
All I know,
crazy.
I keep hearing about this Cunningham. I don't know what's going on with her.
She came out and said, keep trans people out of basketball. That's all she said.
That's why people don't like her.
And
yeah,
she
of course. And it all of a sudden
Rushmore.
blows.
She is awesome. Oh, my God, is she awesome.
She had a triple last night,
I want to see what happens with the two ex-NBA players.
I know, it's going to be great.
That was the best thing ever. In fact, what they should do is just create an entire fucking team of men that are trans.
The guy, who's the guy that took over for Rush over here?
These two guys really aren't.
I can't remember his name now. The guy that took over for Rush. Limbo.
But I wonder if there's going to be
who cares?
I don't know who he is.
He wants
WNBA can just
planning on starting a team called the Balls. And it's just guys in dresses.
And
they should do that. And then the other guy offered up $10 million for.
That's the guy.
That's him. Oh, okay. I do know his name, but I can't think of it.
$10 million for a high school team.
Yeah, and there's no doubt. I ran it through Grok. A good high school team will beat the hell.
It's Clay Travis.
99 out of 100 times they'll beat the women's team.
It's Clay Travis.
Clay Travis.
A high school boys team would beat a women's WNBA team?
Yeah. Every day.
Really?
Not any high school team, a good one.
A good one. Okay.
Champions.
Well, did you see what happened with the ladies soccer team?
Oh, that's happened every time.
On several occasions that's happened, Doc.
About one-legged guys and kids beating, women's soccer teams.
It's usually like 14 and under that come out and beat the pro women.
Yeah, it's 15 and under for sure in soccer.
Yep.
They could be under 14 for sure. The biggest one was the swim one.
Woohoo.
Hello, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. And we are with, of course, I'm with Marc Mager, and then we have Compass Insurance Group on the line, and we have phone calls. And Bo is on the line with someone, I guess it had to do with, Bo, why don't you give a recap of this issue, and we'll talk about it with Adrian, who got basically had to do with the, he made a purchase a month ago at Nissan of Greeley, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Nissan Volkswagen dealership up in Greeley.
And dealer claims they couldn't get
this one. Yeah, this one's interesting. Is this where they said the guy was holding the title hostage, the guy that traded it in, right, Bo?
That's right. But now the story changed.
I knew those guys were full of it.
Yeah. So what happened, Adrian, who's on the line with me, he went over to the dealership. After I made a few calls, they would not return my call. He went over there. Now they're claiming that they apparently have the title for the 2022 Hyundai, but apparently there's one person, there are two people on the title, and I guess the one person, they don't have the power of attorney. Do I have that right, Adrian?
Oh, they didn't get the power of attorney to transfer ownership. They screwed up.
They got one signature.
Yeah, but they can go after that one signature.
Because of the things they signed probably at trade-in. Because you signed something saying, correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
It says I own this vehicle and I have the ability to sell it. That's exactly what it says.
No, but what I'm saying is if they forget to get something signed, you sign something saying you'll come back and sign it. There's some weird form.
Yeah, but they're saying there was someone else on this title
Right. That's right.
Are you saying, Adrian, they weren't involved, like a divorced couple, or what?
Like when they traded this
I
car
wouldn't say
in.
divorced couple, but here's what I think. I think one of the signees was there to trade the car in by himself or by herself, and I guess they didn't get both signatures. So now the second person that's supposed to go sign was supposed to have been there 2 nights ago, but then they called me and made a quick update and said, Mr. Flores, we can't get it done until Thursday night.
Oh, that's not a big deal then. It's going to be done. That's all that matters.
Well, yeah, what I don't like about it, I've called over there. I've called the general manager. I've called the finance manager. They just won't.
My God, we
call
sit
and
on
offer
we sit on here every day, Bo, saying every dealer in Greeley's a POS in our opinion. I'm not shocked at all they don't call.
Well, they're not communicating with Adrian either. They say they're going to have all this signed and sealed and delivered tomorrow, but I don't believe them.
Well, let's give them the chance. What the hell? Otherwise, here's the deal. Here's the problem. They can undo the deal. They can undo the deal, but then they could be responsible to you for for damages. So, Adrian, let's see what they come up with tomorrow. Did they say that they were going to have it tomorrow?
They said that the person, I shouldn't say lady, the person had promised to be there on Thursday night, evening, to get it done. My question to you, Mr. Martino, is if they forgive the loan, do they need to pay the loan off or just forgive the loan and will this hit my credit?
What do you mean? Like if they undo the deal?
Yeah, well, I don't want to. If I return the vehicle, if it doesn't work out, and they return the vehicle,
they're going to have to pay it off. They're going to have to take care of all of that financial damage to you.
Every bit.
Yeah, every bit of it. Yep.
Even if you put a new set of tires on, they're going to have to reimburse you.
Yeah, these guys, man, they're on the hook. And if you took them to small claims court, you'd win, even in Wells County.
In Colorado, when they sell a vehicle, they have 30 days now to deliver a title, and that's pretty much it. That's how it goes.
That's right. So I think one step at a time. But no, you should suffer not one penny in economic loss as a result of them breaching, but you may have to pressure them. You may have to call the dealer licensing board, which is with the state revenue department. But let's take it one step at a time. Are you inclined to want to take it back, or do you want to get the title? What is your real feeling?
He wants it.
At first, I wanted to keep the vehicle, but now because the stories keep changing, I'm at the point where maybe I'd be better off just returning the vehicle.
Well, it depends if you like the car or not.
And if it was a good deal or not.
And so they claimed it was only signed by one of the owners, by one of 2 owners, and they did not get the proper power of attorney.
But what I don't like about it, they lied about they changed their story around. Adrian wants to keep the car, but I think I told him if this keeps screwing around, he should just drive the car back Friday and demand a refund.
Yeah, and
what do you think, Adrian?
It really depends on what he wants.
That's the point that I'm at right now. That's where I'm at because the last conversation I had was with Steve in financing. He called me to update me to tell me that, and I asked him, "Can you do me a big favor, Steve? Can you please put that on an email and send it to me?" About 5 minutes after the conversation, he calls me back and says, "It's really not worth it. It would cost me a lot of money to put that in an email."
What?
I was like, okay.
These guys are clowns.
I didn't understand that.
So, Bo, they won't talk to you at all?
I've called 3 times, and I was very nice. I just said, all I want to do is get a comment.
What's the phone number up
I just
there?
said, how are you going to help?
I'm sick and tired of screwing around. What's the phone number up there?
The phone number is 970-373-3850, and I have the name of the general manager.
Who is it?
Troy Mewis, Mewis.
Mewis, Mewis?
Yes.
And the name of it is, what is the name of the place again? The whole dealership, the official name?
Nissan Volkswagen of Greeley.
Okay. So people, Nissan, Volkswagen of Greeley. Nissan,
Yeah,
Volkswagen.
I just don't like it. They just will not return a call, and they're not communicating with. I think they're
I
going to
want
screw him
people
around,
to
and I
hear,
get
I
this.
want people to tell them, give them an on-air review. Don't be vulgar. Just say, look, we've heard you. We've heard about you. Do the right thing for Adrian, your customer, and come through with the title, or we're going to go online and let everyone we know about you. Look at, this is it. They got to know that people care. Right now, they hear from Bo. They don't know that Bo's reporting to anyone. They don't know that it has ramifications. This is where the radio show really works. You call Nissan VW of Greeley. You ask to talk to Troy, or if they won't let you through, you leave a message. And you tell them, do the right thing for Adrian, come through with a title. And what kind of car is it again?
2022 Hyundai Santa Cruz.
Okay, come through on the 2020 Hyundai Santa Cruz, or undo the deal. Here's their number. I don't care what you say. Give them a review. Tell them you heard about them. This is 970 373 3850. 970 373 3850. Okay, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Renew Home Innovations. Remember, beautiful walk-in showers for the best prices with that foreign tile, that porcelain from Italy. They import it directly and give you the best prices for a custom-made, beautiful shower. 2 or 3 days to do it, 1 year to pay, no interest, no payments. You can't beat them. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Thank you. You're done here. 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Send me that link for the.
Oh.
Some guy owes me $1,200 and won't pay it.
For what?
Well, this is so weird. So we're at a poker game, and he ran out of money, so I lent him $400. So when he tried to pay me back, he took another $400 out of me, so it would be $800.
He took.
Wait. So he got messed up with Venmo. So instead of giving me $400, he took out another $400. So he owed me $800. Then he paid me $400, so he only owed me $400. Then he accidentally sent $800, so he owes me $1,200, and he swears that he sent it to Venmo, but it doesn't matter. I didn't get the money. Whether Venmo fucked up or he fucked up, he still owes me the money.
Venmo doesn't fuck up.
How did he get the 800 more? So yeah, it owed you 400. How did he get another 800 from you?
Sounds like
because
a fast.
He got messed up trying to pay it off.
Yeah, but you can't. I can't take Venmo from you. You have to give me the Venmo. Like I can't take it out of your account.
I'm not sure how he did it.
You better make sure he doesn't have access to your bank account.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, he doesn't.
Say if it worked that way, I'd take all of Mark's money.
No, he doesn't have access to my bank. It's funny, I've been at First Bank since I moved to Denver.
Now it's PNC, huh?
So so many people are complaining about PNC.
Yeah.
But for me, I never go to the bank.
I had some customers that had through this, it's caused a lot of problems.
Really?
Yeah, like it screwed up their EFT and all sorts of problems with it. But then I had someone yesterday said it worked perfect, everything went great. So,
Yeah, I've had no problems with them.
What's your email? Is it
Just do it to
I
doc.
got it.
Do it doc at troubleshooter.com.
I got it. Excuse me. All right, Doc, you should have it.
Okay.
Now he's got you guys sending him money?
Yep, we just Venmo'd Doc $400, which means Doc just gave us $800.
He's like a quick change artist. Okay, I'll give you 20 if you give me 3 10s, and then I'll take 5 1s.
Do you still allow this guy at your poker game?
It's not my game. It's just a game I went to.
Oh.
No, I mean, the guys in my game, we've been playing together for 30 years.
Yeah. Do they know this guy?
No. This is a separate game.
Do people know him, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know where I'm.
You don't think he was driving through town?
No. I see him occasionally. So I'm at the point now I have a home game I can go to every night of the week except Sunday.
Jesus, that's a lot of poker.
You like your poker, huh?
What?
You like your poker.
Well, I'm single.
Yeah.
I have no desire at this point to. I'm 80 fucking 2 years old. What? I look at these women. I say, the first thing I think of, Brian, when I see these pictures, would I want to wake up to that in the morning?
At some point, you
Really?
gotta give up.
I say, there's no way.
Here we go.
I have a.
Hi, Tom Martino, Major Marc Mager, Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group, and we have Deputy Doc in the house. Let's go to Larry on the phone. So he has a car question. Larry, welcome to the show. What's happening?
Yes, I have a son-in-law in Wyoming. It's got a 1976 Chevy with a 400 small block engine in it.
Wow.
And it's setting for a while, has been setting for a while, and it has water in one of the cylinders. And common sense tells me it's got to be the intake manifold. Is there any other way water could get in the cellar?
We're going to get somebody on to tell you. We're going to get someone on. So why don't you hang on? It's a 76, you said, right?
Yeah, 76. It's a original edition. It's only 76.
What model is it? A Chevy what?
It's a rare car.
A Chevy what?
It's a Chevy pickup.
Oh, okay.
1976.
Right. Okay. We're going to get on, we'll get either Jeff Vick, Axe, get Jeff Vick, or get Kevin Calkin. Okay, let's see if we can get one of those car experts on. If you can hang on, Larry, we'll get you an answer from somebody rather than taking a guess at it. But has it been exposed to the elements?
Well, probably has. I mean, it was in California for a number of years. It was a truck that he had as a teenager, and he's wanting to give it to his daughter.
How many miles on it? I'm just curious.
I have no idea of the mileage on it. It is a limited. It's a rare truck. It's got all that 76.
What condition is it in?
1976. Pardon me?
What condition is it in?
Pretty fair. It's got all the original stuff in it.
I mean, it's not cracked. It's not the interior's not all damaged. Nothing like that.
No.
Wow. Those are those boxy looking trucks. Those are those boxy looking trucks, right? The box. They're not. They don't have all the curves. They have that box look to them. Squared off fenders and
it's
tailgate.
It looks like it was the limited edition on it, so it was. It had the long sideboards in the back. Long.
Right.
The box has got. It continues from the cab lines on out.
Right. It's one of those straight models. Yeah, I remember them. So listen, we'll get that on. You may have to wait, or we'll call you back, Larry. So Axe, as I said, either Kevin Calkin or at Sheridan Autotech or Jeff Vick Kimmer Transmission. Okay, we were talking about coverage with insurance. We're going to continue that. And we're going to go over some of the things that people have trouble with when they don't discover something right away and what the limits are. We'll also talk about saving money on homeowners insurance and the new loss assessment, not the loss assessment, but supplemental loss coverage called SOLA and how that's working. So stick around on the Troubleshooter Show. And if you want to call us, it's 303 Martino, 303-627-8466.
Thank you.
It's a lot of work. Only using one. I
Hey, Mark, did that thing go through?
He'd have to be listening to you.
Oh, okay.
You know, somebody told me that you can't get tickets for the Savannah Bananas. You have to there's a lottery. That's how much big the demand is.
It looks like fun.
Oh, it looks great.
Don't they always play the same team?
I'm not sure.
Like the Globetrotters?
Yeah, I think a lot of times they do. There may be local teams, but I'm not sure.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
What is on your mind? How can we help you? Well, that's what we ask every day. I've been asking this for 45 years, and we'd love to answer your questions. We have our insurance expert in from Compass Insurance Group, home of the free insurance checkups. This hour brought to you by Gravina's, which has 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors, in business 65 years strong, 950 West Evans. That's Gravinas.com. So, Larry left off asking about intake manifold, the possibility of water getting into one of the cylinders. We were going to get one of our experts on. So, Axe, help me out here. Who do we have ready to go on? Anyone?
I'm contacting Jeff. I tried Kevin.
Okay, then let's do that. And we're talking also about car and property insurance. And one of the new coverages is this solar coverage. And there seems to be some confusion. Somebody wants to know about this solar coverage. And what the way they understood it, you don't even have to have an underlying claim to collect on it. First, let's explain what it is. It is basically a coverage for high deductibles. So when you have a high deductible, it covers it. But how does it work, and does there have to be an underlying claim? Let's talk about that with Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group. Brian.
Yeah, so SOLA, it's one of the easier insurance policies to understand, because what it does is you buy a certain amount. Like you said, you can get anywhere from $1,000 up to $25,000. That's the cap right now. That's the most coverage you can get as of right now. And then whatever that amount is, what you're insuring for is that hail is going to hit your home. If there's 1 inch or greater hail, as reported by the National Weather Service, if there's 1 inch or greater hail and there's damage, then they'll pay whatever the face amount you purchased. That's it. That's all there is to it. There's no adjusters that come out there. You don't deal with a roofer trying to convince the insurance company. It's as simple as all you have to look and find out, and filing claims doesn't affect you. In other words, your rate doesn't go up because you file a claim. So if it's in question, you just file it. It has to have that 1 inch or greater in hail, and then you have to have pictures to substantiate the damage.
How much coverage can you buy for it?
Up to $25,000. That's the most you can get.
Now, are you finding that covers most instances, Brian? And when you do have that, then do you make the coverage for the underlying policy a $25,000 deductible? Is that what you do?
Well, so what I have found is specifically for homes where they know that their roof would cost, let's say they know, hey, this is a $23,000 roof. I've already had it bid out. You can get $23,000 if you don't want to pay a dime out of pocket. You do $23,000 of coverage with SOLA, and then raise your wind hail deductible to the highest amount possible. Because who cares if it's a $50,000 deductible at that point? Your roof is going to be capped at $23,000 or whatever it is that you've purchased at that point. So take advantage of whatever the savings are.
Do they inspect your roof?
No, and they don't ask how old it is.
So it could be a 20-year-old roof.
Absolutely.
You can buy this.
Absolutely. Yep. There's no question on how old the roof is or what kind of roof is on it. So likewise, I wouldn't tell people with a hill like your roof, Mark, or with a concrete tile roof, or with a metal roof that holds up to hail. I wouldn't tell you to get this. But for the vast majority of people here, they have composition roof, asphalt roofs. And it doesn't matter with this carrier. They don't even ask how old. It could be a 20-year-old roof, and you can still get the coverage. What does it
run roughly?
So it does vary a little bit, but I would say on average, if you got a $20,000 face amount, you can expect to pay $1,700 a year up to $2,000 a year, somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay, and when you take that into consideration with the higher deductible, does it turn out to be a good cost solution?
Two answers to that question. It depends on whether or not, if you're asking, in other words, can you raise your deductible and save enough to pay for the SOLA policy? Very possible, but you have to be paying enough. In other words, if your home premium is $3,000, which there's not many out there anymore like that, but let's say it is, it's hard to shave off $1,500 to pay, or $1,700 or $1,800 to pay that in the SOLA amount. But the other piece to this, a lot of people don't have a choice. They have a $20,000 deductible, whether they want it or not, because their roof is depreciated. They are on a roof schedule, or they have a 2% wind or hail deductible, and they can't get anything else. So it's not always about just trying to save the money and put it towards this. Sometimes it's, hey, we've already got this deductible. We have no way around this, and this is a way to solve that problem.
Okay, and that's called SOLA.
Yes.
Is it only one company?
That's who we write for. I think there's a couple carriers out there that do similar. This was the one that had the highest reviews, and they have a 96% claim acceptance rate right now. In other words, 96% of the time they've paid the claim. And that's really because it's two simple things you have to know. Do you have 1 inch or hail, 1 inch or greater hail, and is there damage? And if so, you're going to find they're going to pay.
All right. Someone else wants to know when heavy rains are considered flood and not covered in a home, because you have to have, as I understand it, flood coverage for specific damages, and sometimes you don't. I mean, can you differentiate that?
Yeah, and we've talked about it on here before. The best way to think about it is when rain hits the ground and comes in that way. In other words, it starts to back up into your house.
Or any kind of horizontal surface, right? It hits your deck.
Right, exactly. Yep, exactly. Your deck, and then starts to come in. That's going to be considered flood. If the water gets in, let's say you have a hole in your roof and the water comes in through that hole in the roof and a bunch of damage from water because of that, that would be covered. That's not flood. Or it should, it should be covered. I won't go quite ahead of that. I guess they still evaluate, but that would be something that would not be considered flood. So really I would say, I don't know the true percentage, but I bet you less than 3-4% of people in Colorado have flood insurance, I think is a fair statement.
Because it's cost prohibitive, or no, excuse me, it's cheap if you're not in a floodplain, right? Isn't it cheap?
You're in an if you're in a floodplain that's considered a preferred flood zone, which is X,
then it's expensive.
No, that's cheap. Everybody's in a flood zone of some sort.
Okay,
so
I get it.
The flood zone X is the cheapest. What is
the flood zone where you need to be subsidized by the government, or you wouldn't be able to afford it?
That anything other than X is where you're going to start seeing that it is subsidized, but it's still extremely expensive. So, and then your mortgage company requires you to have it at that point.
And the federal government literally subsidizes coverage.
Yeah,
but it's capped.
Some of that. Yeah.
Guys, it's capped at $250,000. Yep. I mean, it's not great coverage.
The total coverage is capped. It's not replacement.
No. FEMA, which is what Mark's referring to, they have a cap of $250,000 for the actual dwelling limit. So, and then you can get personal property coverage on top of that. But I'm telling you, if you're not, let's say you're not in an X zone, you're in one of these other more imminent zones.
Yeah.
You are looking at a cost for $250,000. It can be $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a year for flood insurance.
Yeah, most of the homes I've been looking at in Louisiana, they're anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000 a year just for the flood insurance, and you have homeowners on top of that. So it's kind of weird, Tom. If water comes in and does damage, that would be the flood. But if it's a hurricane and the wind tears the roof off, that's your homeowners.
Right. Okay. That's good to know. We got more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Apple Air, that's air with an E, for your heating and cooling needs. Family owned and operated since 1988, 12 years parts and labor warranty, 6 years full replacement. Apple Air, a company with heritage. 303-733-2813.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event
I'll get
and get
right
50%
to tell
off
thanks.
materials for your new roof. Plus, to no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 866-451-5422 to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 866-451-5422. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
All right, if you ever thought about being a landlord, you may want to invest in the Vestera way. What he is a real estate broker. They work in markets around the country where rentals are strong and equity is strong. So what you do is you buy the house there. They help you buy it. They help you manage it, rent it out. They take your day-to-day calls, and then they help you sell it for hopefully a profit. He says he's been seeing 20 to 30% profits on cash invested. If you want to find out more about the program, go here, mybiggestreturn.com. It's about a 3-year commitment minimum, mybiggestreturn.com. Hey, I've been talking about Fix It for years because Fix It 24/7 is a company that wants to fix it. They want to save you money. They want to extend the life of your furnace and air and your water heater and all that stuff. That's why they have these tremendous memberships that help you get yearly service of all your major components. You can find out more about the Green Bubble Club. And listen to this. You can also get a $39 deep clean and refurbishment of your AC right now, which has been working overtime, or for your furnace for the coming season, $39. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now, 720-526-3939.
I was shocked how much it was.
That guy spoke
to have one like dug in. You're saying?
Oh yeah, it was 3 times the price as it would be in most states. Well, not most, but a lot.
You had the land for it. You could easily do it.
This was at our old house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had plenty of room. The where we're at now, I wouldn't, because of pine needles. My God, man.
Over the place.
Oh, it'd be a nightmare.
But how pretty! It would be cool sitting in a pool, swimming in a pool in your area with all those trees around you. That'd be cool.
Yeah. We do it with the hot tub, but
yeah. I don't use my pool nearly like what I would think I would. But when people come over, we always do.
Yeah. I've been using our steam shower a lot, like 4 or 5 times.
I use steam shower, especially in the winter. I use it almost daily.
I use it almost daily. Now, if I'm remote, I'll walk the dogs. I'll do about 3-4 miles with the dogs, and I'll hop in the steam shower as soon as I get back.
Really?
That's why I'm not on camera a lot when I'm there.
Because you've just been in the steamer?
Yeah, I was in the steam shower. I'm like, I'm still sweating, man.
Does Suze go in it too a lot?
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, probably not as much as me, but quite a bit. Yep.
Is it your normal shower and you just use it?
Yeah, but it's huge. It's huge. I forget the wattage or whatever, but it's massive, man. I usually hop in when it's 110. I'm good for about 15 minutes between 110 and 115. My heart rate, I'll get up to 175.
Really?
Yep, 175.
Just being in the steam does that to you?
Yep, at 115, it sure does.
I don't feel that at all.
Do you get in at 115?
Well, ours goes to 125. It goes, and so I'll do it somewhere 118, 119. But I mean, I'll just do it when I'm
I'd be
showering.
shocked if yours is actually that hot. Then.
Probably not.
Yeah.
It's setting for that, but whether it gets that hot, I mean, I have never done a thermostat inside the
yeah, mine gets to legitimately that.
Is it so steamy you can't see anything? Is it?
It's so hot, it's ridiculous, man. In fact. Breathing, once you break 115, breathing through your nose is hard.
Okay, mine is nothing like that.
Yeah.
You talking about the temperature of the steam, Mark?
Yeah.
175?
No, God, no, you'd die.
That's what I thought.
175? You would die.
Would be boiled.
I know, I heard 175. And
I'm pretty sure if you stayed at 115 long enough, you'd die.
Like a frog in a hot water.
Yeah, you should put in a thermometer.
Yeah, I will. I'll bring one in next time just to see what it really is.
Yes, I bet you.
Now, partially.
If I had to guess, you're probably around like my heart rate won't go above 100. Won't go above say 95, even at 100.
Okay.
But at 115, I'm telling you, man, I can.
Just start.
I'll run here. Fuck. I'll tell you yesterday. Today I didn't. Yesterday, and my whoop records everything. Okay, right here, my heart rate got to... Oh, it wants me to select. Hold on. Okay, I was in for basically 20 minutes.
Okay.
But that's misleading. It was more like 15. But my heart rate still, when I get out, still high. It thinks I'm still in there.
Okay.
So zone 4, which is 163 to 172 beats per minute, 3 minutes. Zone 3, 153 to 162, 4.5 minutes. And then the majority of the time, the 15 minutes, was zone 1, which is 122 to 142.
Okay.
So, I mean...
Man, I don't get to
my average
165 when I'm running, dude. I mean, like,
Suzanne,
I'm running.
Suzanne can do that, but she's running. She can get up that high.
You got
it. Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Tom Martino with Major Marc Mager. We got Brian Burns in the house from Compass Insurance Group. We've been talking insurance, and now we have a car question. Larry, Jeff, Larry's got a truck that's been sitting around a long time, a 1976 Chevy pickup with a small block. He says there's water in one of the cylinders. Larry, how did you discover the water? Were you going through the whole engine?
Yeah, my son-in-law basically just checked the spark plugs on it. There was one of the spark plugs. It's only one that seems to have water, and there's that one cylinder.
And when you say water, was it like moisture, or could he see water in it?
Just moisture, basically, I guess, on it. He was also concerned about the head gaskets. It's been setting a long time. My feelings was it was probably the intake manifold that let that water in there. I don't know how else water could have got into the cylinder other than the intake.
It could have been the intake manifold. It could be a cracked head. You could have a bad head gasket. So there's a number of ways for that moisture to get in there. Is there evidence of water or antifreeze inside the oil itself? Do you see froth on the dipstick?
No, it's my understanding that it's been an aircraft hangar for several years. The pickup has. It was a 1976 special edition.
And how many years has it been in there?
I would say probably about close to 20 anyway.
And it hasn't been driven in 20 years?
No.
And has it been started?
No, it has not.
It hasn't been started? Okay. So that, Jeff, no. I mean, you got a 20-year-old a truck sitting there for 20 years doing nothing. Could the engine just be gone? Let me ask you, Jeff, what do you do with a truck that's been sitting for 20 years? What do you do?
Well, I mean, I'd start with, if you're trying to start it, get some oil pressure built up in it before you actually start the engine. Get some oil actually run down into the cylinder so you don't cause massive damage on that cold start. But, especially if it's been sitting for 20 years, I mean, we don't even know the condition of what that antifreeze was like when she was put down. So if it had a high water content, you could have even had freezing that's cracked the head, cracked the block, and done any sort of thing there.
Now, they said he always kept, 50-50 antifreeze in it.
So you'd still have to measure it to know its quality. But, I'd start with a bore scope and try to put that in there, see if you can see anything evident. And then you'd have to go on to compression checks and leak down checks and see where you think you're going. But either way, it sounds like the top end of that engine's going to have to come apart.
And why is that, Jeff?
Yeah.
Because he's getting moisture in there from one of these places, whether it's from the intake manifold or the head. So you're still going to have to take it apart.
And do these gaskets wear out just sitting there?
Not necessarily just sitting there. No, it was probably something that was evident when she was, parked.
But they do dry out, right?
Not so much with something like a head gasket. I would say, things like a valve cover gasket or something like that, yes.
Okay.
But, something with a head gasket, I wouldn't be pointing a finger too quick at that as far as just from static.
So,
Yeah,
Larry,
I think the simplest thing to do is probably have him pull the intake.
what do you think about that, Jeff? Just the intake.
Well, for just the intake, and if you don't see the evidence there, keep going.
And you want to pull
Sounds
the
good.
intake because that's where you think the moisture is coming from. Did you hear him talk about oiling the cylinders and stuff?
No oil in the cylinders, just
No,
the
he
water
said,
in one cylinder.
but he said
No,
he
we
would
were talking from a dry startup.
he would pre-oil a little.
Yeah.
And
it sounds good.
Yeah. Is there a way to turn that engine where it won't hydrolock or do anything where, like, can he remove, like, I don't know, just turn it, just get it turning electrically? Is there a way to do that without turning it over? What would you do to do that, Jeff? Or is that not even indicated?
Well, the easiest way to do it is, first of all, I go by pulling all the spark plugs out and spraying down some sort of penetrating oil or something just to get some sort of lubricant down in there. If you can get some more in there, that'd be fantastic. But you want to run that oil pump because everything's been drained down at this point. So make sure that it can't run. It can't actually fire. Disable the ignition itself, and then you could crank it and just allow it to start pumping.
And then that'll get it pre-lubricated.
Yeah, you at least get the oil moving through all the chambers. Hopefully, build up the lifters, and that way, when you do go to start it, you're not completely dry.
Well, Larry, you got your work cut out for you.
Is WD-40 something you'd put into those cylinder heads if you pull the plugs?
I mean, yes, you can. I mean, it's not the greatest lubricant, but at least it's something in there. Yes.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do WD.
Something would be better.
What about just squirting?
Can
you squirt just motor oil or not?
Yeah, a lot of it depends on how well those sealing rings are on the pistons, how much you're going to get down in there. So, going to each cylinder, running it down to the bottom, trying to spray something in there, or like you say, engine oil. I'd keep it as little as you could because obviously you're going to have to burn out whatever you put in there. But hand cranking it and go through each cylinder and put some oil in there.
Well, Larry, I gotta take a break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Shannon, did I take or Dragon, did I take the 15 or not?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry. Okay, Deputy Bo, go. You had a guy that needed some help with 3 social security numbers. How the hell that happened, we don't know. But I think he had a story where he had 3 social security numbers. Why was that? Why did he eventually have 3? Did we ever find out why?
So I found out a little bit. So the reason he called, he's a bondsman.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't know this, but I guess bondsmen have to be licensed through the Department of Regulatory, actually the Department of Insurance.
Right.
So they sent him a denial letter. They're denying his license. So the Social Security number, he had one of them changed because I guess somebody committed a murder in Texas with the exact same first, middle, and last name. He was getting questioned about it. He had nothing to do with it. So he requested a change for a Social Security number. And then I guess when he was young, he had another name change. I don't really understand the reason for the third, but I understand that. 2. He has a current Social Security number. Then he had to change 2 of them for a name change.
Right.
But the reason I think they're denying his license. He's been a bondsman since 2000. I think he got a little behind financially. He had someone skip a bond on him for $35,000 that he had to come up with. So they're pretty adamant. I tried to call Dora. They wouldn't give me any information. They just said, we're just outright denying it. So what I did, Tom, I had a lawyer friend research this, and he found a law, CRS 24-4-105, where any person is entitled to a hearing that gets denied a license from a state agency. So I took this information and called the American Civil Liberties Union.
Wow.
So he has 60 days to apply for a hearing, and his time runs out on August 17th. So he's handwriting a letter And I told them, don't mail it, drive it down to the ACLU, and I believe they're going to grant a hearing. And I think they'll reinstate it because the state's taken away his livelihood. I don't think he's doing anything nefarious with these Social Security numbers because they've been issued by the Social Security Administration.
But the mere fact that multiple ones were distributed, or he's got multiple ones, that made him suspicious, right?
That made him very suspicious. That was part of it. Why they
He
denied
said
him.
as I looked at my notes, one was issued at birth, and then it was mixed up with a criminal arrest, so the state gave him a new one. And then that was in conflict with another person, so he got a third one. So he has a good story as to why he had three of them. But it looks on the surface to be sketchy. Right, I get it. Okay, so that's good. You got him down the road to getting a hearing, so we'll see what happens. Bo, thank you very much, man. That deserves my dinger for all the effort. It really does. Let me get to John real quick here. He has a question about a new Colorado code. John, what code are you talking about?
Hey, Tom, it's the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code.
What's the number?
That's the name of it. It doesn't have a number.
Wildlife resiliency.
Wildfire resiliency.
Oh, wildfire resiliency. Okay. I didn't hear about it yet. What do you need to know about it?
Well, actually, I know all about it because I'm on our volunteer fire board out here.
Okay.
But I was wondering if John Clace knew part of this, which will affect a lot of people because it applies to everybody in the wildland urban interface, which I'm sure Mark's familiar with, is if you have an insurance claim where 25% of your roof or 25% of your siding has to be replaced, then it's required that you replace.
Oh, that's right. This is the one where you have to make things kind of like fireproof. Not fireproof, but fire resistant.
Yeah, you have to use approved materials that are fire resistant, but I wonder how, if John has an idea how insurance would handle it, say you've got to have, 30% of your siding replaced due to hail. Well, under this new code, which all the fire departments have had to adopt, you have to reside your whole house in a fire-resistant siding.
In fact, Genesis was doing a walk around for this and giving people estimates on bringing their houses up to code. Hold on, John. I got to take this break. We'll come back and talk about it. It's very, very interesting. More right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we still have some delays on 225 southbound at I-25 with a crash in the right lane. It's been in there for a long time. It's still jamming from Parker all the way back into the interchange there. Definitely got to keep to the left there to access I-25 or stay in the left lane to go south I-25 into the tech center. The other crash, second one we've had, in fact, I-70 westbound approaching Havana, far right lane blocked, and we're still slow from Pena coming through that stretch. The rest of the freeways are pretty light. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, the late great historian Stephen Ambrose tells the tale of a single consequential year in American history. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
If you are looking for bathroom remodel, renovation, or addition, and you want discounts, you want discountbath.com. You know, Chris and his team are contractors you can trust. And in today's day and age, man, that is rare. Honest to God, it's getting to be a jungle out there. That's why I love having Discount Bath aboard. They not only do these remodels with a beautiful finish, but they do it with integrity and the best prices and values around. That's why they know you'll choose them. And that's why they do all the preliminary work without any obligation. They'll walk the project, they'll sketch some plans, they'll spec it out as far as materials and give you a price because they know you'll eventually go with them. They don't ask for anything up front. To do that, discountbath.com to get started on your project. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322.
It's just making sure you don't have some problem with your heartbeat, which means you have a problem with your heart. You want to see a nice, constant pattern that doesn't change, basically. Stress is a huge one on HRV, though.
Is that
And
it
I
affects you?
I tend to get stressed in night.
Yeah.
It's
Like when
kind of
you
weird.
sleep, you do?
What?
Like when you sleep, you get stressed?
Wake up. Like wake up. Actually, lately it hasn't been bad at all, but wake up, say, 2 a.m.
Really?
Can't get back to sleep, get a little stressed.
Okay. Really? Wow.
Yeah, you would have something to do with that, my friend.
In August?
No, stress is a funny thing. I think we can all acknowledge.
Yeah.
It can give you physical issues big time.
For sure.
Absolutely.
I don't remember getting stressed under 40 ever, though. I just don't. I mean, maybe for a period of time, but nothing.
I feel like my daughter gets more stressed out than I do. She's just always stressed.
Addie gets bothered by stress. She's kind of like me, though. It's a lot of it's health-wise. You know, I kind of joke around about it, but man, I've ended up my doctors numerous times convinced I have something really fucking bad.
Really?
For no reason. And even if I know in my brain, here's the worst part. Even if I know I don't have Parkinson's, at the time I'm convinced I have Parkinson's, there's no change in my mind.
Really?
Oh, fuck. My doctor looks at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, well, this dude I know got Parkinson's. I must have it too.
They call it second-year medical student disease.
Oh, it's horrible.
Because that's when you learn about all the pathology, and everybody has some of the symptoms that they teach you about.
All the yeah.
So you think you come down with every fucking thing when you're in medical school.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, because you see everything.
Exactly.
So years ago, when I was getting on the treadmill, I'd run with these weights. And I really never did it in the past up until that point. And in that same period of time, this guy I knew got diagnosed with Parkinson's. And I was so curious. I talked to him for about an hour, and he told me, yeah, I'd have shakes and this and that. And he was telling me what he had. And at the same time, because I was overworking these muscles, my fucking muscle was twitching. And I was absolutely convinced I was getting or had Parkinson's.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get affected by that kind of stuff. I don't really think about it, I guess.
No, most people don't. I mean, it's definitely an abnormal. It's crazy is what it is.
That's funny.
It's like I don't know, going back like when Suzanne...
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here. I absolutely disdain and hate clickbait. I swear to God, these headlines, I mean, you've seen a million of them. I just absolutely hate it. It's designed to waste your time, and it's designed to keep you in what can I tell you? Engaged. Anyway, Jay has a comment on Larry. Larry just called about his problem with his Chevy pickup small block stored for 20 years without being started. What did you have to say about it, Jay? Go ahead.
Sounds like a really neat truck. If it was in good shape when it was parked, probably everything is sound and unless they do some damage to it, it's probably got good bones. If you're going to do it, just do it right. Because
and how do you do that?
Just pull the motor out. You pull the motor out, you tear it down, inspect it, or rebuild it. But no, it's an old Chevy. You can get that motor out an hour and a half. But listen, if you've got, say your camshaft is all dried up, your lifters are dried up next to them, and you start cranking that thing around, you could be just destroying this motor. If it's really nice and it's worth it, just pull the motor out. All the seals, all the gaskets are 20 years plus sitting there drying out. They're not great. They have to be replaced anyways. You're going to be doing at least gaskets on this thing, if nothing else. But that gives you the chance, or if you have a stuck valve or a stuck push rod or anything, you'll find it before you destroy anything. And you're going to do it anyway to make it right. So pop the motor out.
Yeah, if you have something that vintage with that's been around that long and stored, it might be worth putting money into it because it's going to last you a good long time.
Yeah, those things are very popular, so it'd be well worth it, and you're going to end up doing it anyway, ultimately.
I wonder what that's worth. What do you think it's worth once it's running?
30.
Oh, really? Holy crap.
A nice old vintage special edition, that would be you'd have people clawing to get to you.
Wow. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. John, back to you. So this resiliency thing, I looked it up, and Genesis was definitely doing work with people on he called it fireproofing or making your house fire resistant. It's a fire risk assessment report they do. And he was partnering with Rocky Mountain Fire Abatement. And there was a report they were doing. I think it was they would walk the whole area and take care of items that need to be fixed because you have to have a certain score, he said. There's a scoring system. Did you know about that?
That all depends on the individual fire department, actually, that you're in the area.
Okay.
And if you're curious, I can send you a copy of the whole thing.
I looked it up, but tell me what specifically were you calling about regarding the resiliency law?
What I'm curious, was John Clay still around with you?
You mean John with CMG, the mortgage,
or Compass?
Oh, Brian Burns. Brian.
Or Brian Burns. That's right.
He's here. He's here right now. So what did you, Brian, do you know about the fire resiliency statute?
Are you referring to like now how insurance companies have to take into consideration mitigation and steps you've done to is that what you're saying?
That's one of the provisions.
Yep, I do know about this. It got passed, but they don't have to officially be recognizing it, I think, until October or November of this year. So I've been in contact with insurance companies saying, hey, how are you guys going to handle this? Like, what do we need to do as agents when people give us information? We're going to be forwarding it on to them to find out what they're going to do.
And that's what my agent said, but actually it did go into effect. We were required, our fire department was required to adopt it and put it into effect by law the beginning of this month.
No, I agree. That's true, but the insurance companies, the insurance commissioner hasn't required it to be enforced as far as from the standpoint of what they'll be doing about their rates until later this year.
Okay, yeah, because that was my question. Like, obviously we live in an area that this applies, and my coverage shows replacement cost similar construction, but if we have 30% of the siding has to be replaced, you can't use similar siding. You have to use a fire-resistant siding.
It says here that the insurance companies, when this takes effect, can no longer simply use a wildlife model to declare your home a terrible risk. And they can't ignore mitigation you've done to the property. See, a lot of insurance companies were simply ranking by area, period. like for example where Mark lives, right? But if he takes certain steps to mitigate, they're saying insurance must take
I'll
that
tell you
into
what's going to happen
consideration.
here. Here's what's going to happen. Insurance is going to go up in those areas. That's going to be the bottom line. It's not going to come down. You would think this would make them come down. I don't think so. I think it's going to make them go up.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is it's going to have to broaden eligibility, which I think is a good thing in the sense that if one person takes every precaution they can to mitigate around their property, they shouldn't be lumped in with the neighbor that's got
right.
firewood stacked against their house. I think that's
when
a good
Mark
thing.
said it will go up, it'll go up for others. But they're really supposed to, Mark, according to the insurance
You're
laws.
telling our insurance commission is telling insurance companies you're going to have to
insure
these homes. It's going to go up. Period. End of story.
But they're also saying you're allowed to discount the ones that take proper measures, reward them.
Right.
Or it's going to end up like in California where they simply go, okay, we'll pull out next year and not insure anything.
Mark, so I think Suzanne would probably be just about as excited to cut down every tree within 30 feet of your house as my wife would be.
Oh, no way, man.
Yeah,
that's the entire allure. Well, I guess 30 feet, we probably are within somewhat close to that. I think we are.
Anyway, and they're also talking about community mitigation. I don't even know how they expect to enforce all of this. First of all, they're not forcing homeowners to take mitigation matters. They're not forcing them. They're just saying that if an individual place mitigates, that you can take them outside of the fire risk. You don't have to lump them in with the group because right now it's all done by location, right, Brian?
Yeah, but as far as the community aspect of it is, you can get what's called a community firewise. You could be labeled firewise, and that's when a group of homeowners in that area kind of go together and they're working together to get the whole community to a place where it is more mitigated, and they work with the fire department to make sure and to take measures to reduce the risk of fire.
I'm convinced anytime the insurance commission gets involved and tells insurance companies they have to do something, rates go up. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah.
But Tom, one thing when you said they're not forcing you is if you have to replace 25% of your roof, if you have to replace 25% of your siding, that kicks it in to where they are forcing the whole thing that you cannot get a building permit unless you get a permit to replace the whole roof or the whole siding.
Yeah, and there is to that problem, and that's even a problem with people that aren't in that situation, but there's other, HOAs can enforce rules. Let's say there's certain HOAs that don't allow asphalt roof anymore in their neighborhood. They're requiring tile or, whatever that is.
Right.
And if you were in there before and then you have to replace it, there are ways to get on your policy in advance, matching siding and matching roofing, so that if part of yours is damaged and you're being forced to have to match the rest, that it will give you a certain amount of money for it. But there's a cost to that too.
By the way, there's a number of different laws that all work in concert. And one of the things they're saying is basically you can't simply lump everybody together. If people can show that they mitigated, you have to take that into consideration. But I don't know how they enforce it. I mean, I really don't know how, but that's what they're saying, that you have to take into consideration. And you can't blindly cancel people because of fire risk.
And don't you think that's going to drive up the cost?
Yeah, probably. If they took the mitigation measures, I think in some cases it might drive down the cost for people who spend money mitigating or doing this fireproof stuff. I mean, that was the whole idea, is if people want to spend money to mitigate the fire risk on their property, they should be rewarded for it. But again, how do you legislate that? I mean, like everything our state does, they think about it. It sounds good, so they do it. We have more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
For folks heading through the tech center, southbound I-225, we've got a crash in the right lane right at the exit of I-25 with slow traffic back from Parker Road, adding about 11 minutes to your commute. Otherwise, quiet drive throughout town. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. We did have an issue, I-70 westbound at Havana. That's cleared up, all lanes open. Still some brief stop and go between Peoria and Havana. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how a divided room during the American Revolution found unity in a single prayer. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Two great companies right now, SheridanAutotech.com and ExcelRoofing.com. You know, Excel has become a roofing authority. I'm serious. I did some research on AI and some other blogs, and they are quoted all the time. Go to ExcelRoofing.com and look at their blog for really good information on avoiding bad roofers and bad roofing contracts and selecting materials. They also have a pricing tool on the front page to help you discern what a roof will cost, whether it's self-pay or insurance pay. Maybe you're getting a roof because you're selling your house. Whatever it is, excelroofing.com has all the answers. And of course, they're the roofer to call when you need a roof or a repair. You don't pay a cent until you're content. excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Now, speaking of companies that you have that will make you safe, no risk to consumers, Sheridan Autotech. They have the knowledge, experience, longevity, value, honesty to do your car repairs, major or minor repairs and maintenance on Colfax west of Wadsworth in a beautiful facility. And get this, they also do electrical issues, and they treat everyone like family. Hence, I call the owner, Kevin, Uncle Kevin. SheridanAutotech.com. Pre-buy inspections on used cars as well. 303-455-7242.
Well, here's what I'm seeing. Okay. HB 251182.
Yeah, that's it.
Requires transparency. If an insurer uses a wildfire risk score model to make underwriting or pricing decisions, they must disclose the score to you, explain how mitigation affects it, and allow an appeal. However, the law explicitly does not force them to write cover.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what it changes.
Well, that's what I just told you. There's no teeth to it.
They don't have to do shit.
It's stupid.
Yeah, it's
so just
really
the,
not
just
much
the
to
fact
it.
there's an appeal. Okay, right. I'll go back to what I said. Now the fact that we're making them have some appeal process is going to raise everybody's insurance.
Because there's going to be a cost associated to doing the appeal.
Of course there will be.
Yeah. Now, the company, I talked to Travelers in particular.
It says they still keep 100% the right to decline new or non-renew. It does nothing. This is a bullshit law.
Yeah.
It literally, what did this do? Make people think, what the fuck's even the purpose of it?
It was proposed, the idea behind it is that you're supposed to look more specifically. And Travelers, I will tell you, I already had one come up where I sent it in to them and showed the mitigation, and they're reviewing it. We'll see if it changes their opinion on it.
How much was the mitigation?
Well, they had at least 30 feet cleared out around their house, and they did zero
Was that the big
escaping
deal?
and- Yeah, they just want to see that, and the construction materials, they didn't redo it, but they already had construction materials that are
fireproof,
fire resistant. So,
yeah,
we'll see if but before it wasn't even a conversation. So this makes it a conversation.
Like my house, I'm pretty sure, Travelers, I'm pretty sure I'm 30 feet from trees.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that past 30 feet, I got fucking trees everywhere.
Right.
That's...
So the fire is going to come right up to it. To me, if
like
it's a hot enough fire, done either way.
When
but-
State Farm looked at it years ago, they basically said, we'll insure out here, but nothing over $1 million.
Yeah.
Which basically that means they won't insure anything.
Right.
I mean, big deal.
Yep.
Station.
Speak for yourself, man.
630 KHAL.
Hello, Tom Martino here with Major Marc Mager, Brian Burns from Compass Insurance. Richard, what is your question, Richard? Welcome. 303-713-TALK. Richard.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thanks for taking my call. How are you today?
Good, thank you. What's happening?
Well, I've got a curious question. I want to paint my house, and they advertise Rhino liner, Rhino paint for your house, guaranteed for 25 years, and that it's thinner than the Rhino shield that they put on truck beds, and that it's fireproof, and it, like I said, it lasts for forever, they say. And I'm just wondering if you have any information, good, bad, or indifferent.
I think we asked
Rhino
Mark
shield.
Szymanski if he's available.
Yeah, hold on a second. We've had some inquiries about this. I also went back in our records. We don't have a lot of complaints. If you stick around, we're going to get Marc Szymanski on from Genesis Total Exteriors to talk about this.
And it looks exactly like it did 6 years ago when he put it on. It's incredible. Yeah, that's a stupid law, man. That's the dumbest thing. Once again, these people must have nothing else to do. Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
There is zero teeth in that. Zero.
It doesn't even make sense to me what they're saying. They're just saying, you got to take into consideration mitigation. What does that mean?
Well, I guess that's true. Okay, think about it. If you're in the middle of the forest in a house and the trees are right up on your house and you get rid of all those trees and then build a steel complex in a moat around your house,
Right.
They should take that into consideration.
But your point being, they don't have to.
No, they don't have to.
I mean, they can
at
take
all.
it into consideration, but they still don't have to write it.
They got to act like they give a shit. The law says
Exactly.
you got to act like you give a shit.
Colorado does so much bullshit like that.
It explicitly does not force them to write coverage. Period. End of story. It's 100% up to them.
So it's all just nothing.
God, well, yeah, like I said, it's going to make the cost of insurance go up for everybody because now they're going to have to hire people to go
deal with
through
these
this whole
appeals.
thing. We saw what happened when the government gets involved with health insurance. It skyrockets.
Oh, well, tell me how that FAIR plan is going in California. It's
Ugh.
awful.
When the government takes over the insurance, it's even worse.
I was just reading something in this answer about the FAIR plan. I don't know why that was part of this. Here it is, launched 2025. This is the insurer of last resort.
Yeah.
If at least 3 private insurers deny you, you can apply for limited coverage.
Yeah, Colorado Fair Plan.
Yep. It is not full standard homeowners
It's
insurance.
ACV, no personal property.
The coverage caps and higher deductibles in some case.
Yeah.
But it ensures basic fire protection is available.
Yeah. It's ACV. Basic. It insures a handful of perils. It no loss of use, no personal property, no liability.
Hail. How about hail?
ACV. I don't know if hail is covered underneath that audit. I don't know if it is. I
I'm
think
gonna
it's your
ask right
fire,
now.
water. You might get hail. I don't know.
Let me see. Does fair cover wind and hail? Boy, so you just got to be in a bad way to do it. Yes. Oh, wait.
They'll cover hail?
Here's what it says. The Colorado Fair Plan's basic coverage primarily protects fire, lightning, and smoke.
Okay.
Wind and hail are not included automatically.
But you can buy it?
You can purchase optional extended coverage for windstorm or hail.
Okay. But I'm sure it's a
along with, listen to this, along with other limited perils such as explosion, riots, civil commotion, volcanic eruptions, and vandalism. Damn. When's the last time you sold a volcanic eruption policy?
I've not done that recently.
The top is $750,000. That's content, structure, everything. And there's no liability whatsoever. I didn't know that. Did you know that?
Say that again. It's what?
There's no liability coverage, no additional living expense coverage.
Yeah, that's what I just said. None of that's covered.
None of it.
Yeah. No personal property coverage.
Jesus. I wonder how expensive it is. Have you priced one out for anybody?
I have not, and the reason why, I have never not been able to get a excess carrier to take a home. So in other words, you have to not just be declined by the standard market.
3 of them.
You have to be declined by the excess market.
And 3 times.
Yeah, 3 times. And why would you not want to go with an excess market if you could? It's way better coverage.
Yeah, it's strange it doesn't even have liability. Do rental policies have liability?
Yes.
And I mean a landlord policy.
Yeah, it has landlord liability.
It does.
Yeah.
So like if you fucked up and someone got really sick because of mold in your rental.
Mold is very limited on coverage. I'll give you an example of one that happened to one of my clients. They had a rental home. Their tenants were out on the front deck or porch, and he didn't have a guardrail.
Got it.
And she had her kid out there, little baby, rolled off, fell off, had brain damage.
Oh my God.
$500,000 payout like that.
Wow.
Yep.
Was that max?
That was the full policy limitation, yeah.
Jeez.
Yep.
How's the kid now? Do you have any clue? Or is the
I don't know.
We have one Marco Bendinelli's working on still. They were showing an apartment to a lady, and the washer and dryer were down in the basement area. It's a complex. And when they went down there was no railing, and the kid fell off the stairs and screwed himself up pretty good.
Really?
Yep.
That's why also it's hard to find insurance on a standard
Mark,
market.
wasn't that a long time ago, that one you just talked about?
Yeah, it was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
It's still going through the system.
Oh my God.
The good news is the kid got a lot better, and that's one of the reasons it's still going through the system. That kid was messed up though, man.
From falling down.
Yeah, they didn't know like how bad that kid was going to be.
Really?
It was bad. He got lucky, according to Marco. The kid's a lot better, but he's still probably going to have issues his whole life.
Mm.
But not to where it'd be super noticeable, you know what I mean?
How's Marco doing, man? I haven't talked to him in a long time.
That's why I listen. And on the free iHeartRadio app.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino and Major Marc Mager.
Hello, hello, hello. What's on your mind today? Let's talk. It's Insurance Day. We have a lot of things we've been talking about with insurance with Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group. And this hour brought to you by Water Pros for the best water systems at the lowest prices. I can't say enough. The whole house, $3,600. That's water softening, $1,800. Reverse osmosis, tankless, $1,800. You can do even a reverse osmosis for less than that if you want the tank underneath the sink for $1,100. No matter what you want, you will not find a better system at a lower price than waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. I often say that about insurance. When you do the insurance checkup, it's a checkup. It's logical. They look at what you have and what's out there. You know, comparisons can never hurt you because you compare. That's it. And anyway, we left off with Richard, who wants to paint his house, and he heard about Rhino. I believe is it Rhino Shield or Rhino Coating? I mean, I've heard the commercials.
It's called Rhino Shield.
Yeah. And it's a thicker coating. We were going to get
well, it's not just thicker. There's like ceramics in it, and it's got to be put on by professionals or else it doesn't come with the warranty. But it's got like a 25-year warranty. I looked into this a while back.
And we haven't had any complaints about them.
Well, I don't know. Okay, first of all, it's kind of weird. They have a 25-year warranty. I don't think it's been around 25 years. So right. I'm not even quite sure how that works. But it costs quite a bit more is one of the things. What kind of bring the caller up? I'll bring him back up. What is the structure of your house? What are you painting on? Stucco, cement, what?
It's that press wood, as I call it, press wood. It's brick and it's an older house. It's that sheeting that's got, lines in.
Yeah, it's like a T111.
Yeah, exactly. Particle board or whatever they call it. Yeah.
So, brick, you're not going to paint the brick, though, right?
No, just the wood. And they'll paint the garage doors, which are metal, and they'll paint all the wood, and they'll go ahead and caulk everything. They'll clean everything up. I've had them over. And
how much?
It's about 6,000 square feet, $35,000.
God, I wouldn't do it.
Oh my God!
I wouldn't even touch it, man. Look into Emerald, and it's Sherwin-Williams numero uno.
Couldn't you even do a siding for that? Mark Szymanski, let's bring him up from Genesis. So, what size is your house, Richard?
He said 6,000,
and they quoted you 35. They quoted you 35 grand.
Yeah, and it's an older house, but it's in good shape, and it's 35 grand to do everything that they're going to do with that Rhino. They showed me a sample. It's flexible. It's thinner than the Rhino lining on a.
No, I know that. I know that. And listen, like I said, it is a thicker coating. It's an elastomeric, they call it, coating. It's flexible. It's got ceramic in it. But Mark, you're an expert. Have you looked into it?
Well, I tell you, Tom, I mean, you and I have been on the radio for over, 25 years?
Right.
And I've heard these companies come and go. All of a sudden, like, oh, the coatings are failing. And next thing you know, they disappear for a few years, and they come back. And those warranties aren't held up.
Let me ask you something.
We've heard this before.
Yeah, for that much money, $35,000, can't he damn near do siding? Or you have a lot of good options you love.
Yeah, or even just a great coat of paint like you did on our house. How much do you think that would be?
Well, again, it's just 6,000 square foot house. How much of it bricks? How much needs to be painted?
Right. It's partially brick. So it's partially brick. So did they say how many square feet of coating you would need?
They said roughly in the area of 5,000 square feet of coating.
Okay, what would like Smart Side with diamond coat or something similar be for 5,000 square feet, roughly, just roughly?
I mean, it's going to be more than the 35.
Yeah, because it's all new siding. I mean, it's a whole new exterior.
It's all new, and you'll never need to paint your house again either, and you'll never need new siding in your house ever again either.
Right, and is that the same for Align siding too?
Yes, for the Align, for the
Smart Side.
Smart Side, yes.
Okay, and then what about what are some other alternatives? Like like Mark said, just a great paint job. I mean,
well, yeah. I mean, so Mark mentioned the high end level of Sherwin-Williams and Emerald, but then you also have high end of Benjamin Moore that also has
Aurora,
a bit of durability, and Aurora or Ben or Regal. They're all great Benjamin Moore paints to use on the outside of your house, as well as Sherwin-Williams. I don't see anything wrong with Sherwin-Williams. But you could paint your house 5,000 square foot at least 2.5 to 3 times for that.
Yeah,
and you would not need
if not, I could use a recommendation for a good painting company in Loveland.
You're talking to them.
Do you go up there? Do you go up there, right, Genesis?
Yes, we do, of course.
Yeah.
Josh
Richard, they did ours with that Sherwin-Williams. Mark did, the guy that's on with us right now, Genesis Total Exteriors, did ours 6-7 years ago. It still looks like the day they finished.
Like
it looks brand new.
Absolutely.
Now, the paint's not cheap. Listen, people out there, when you get a quote from a painter, I learned this with Mark. I could have done it at half the price if I wanted cheap paint, but I would have already repainted.
It's well worth it. Well, now, and again, these coatings, they are thick. In fact, a lot of people don't. I just got a text here saying, Tom, they don't really look that good when they're very, very thick. They cover a lot of the house character. Do you know what they're talking about, Mark? I kind of do. If it's a really thick job, it doesn't necessarily look good.
Yeah, and what you can do if you put a too thick a coating on regular paint, you'll get what's called microfracturing, and that is a problem that you have to look close, but if the coating is not drying all the way through, and the top part is dry and the underside is not, and you get what's called a microfracture, and that's not a good thing to have happen.
I would love people who've had it done to call us and let us know what they think about it. Again, I always the 25-year warranties or lifetime warranties. Look at guys. We've said it before. Who's going to be around to enforce those? I mean, truly think about it. I mean, it's one thing to have a 10-year warranty or something like that, but
thank you very much. Everything.
Anyway, so Richard,
what was that? The company was bought out in Colorado a while ago. It's a new company, so that's what I'm real curious about.
Yeah, and see, when they're bought out, by the way, just so you know, most companies that buy out another company do not buy the old liabilities. So they don't buy the warranties. Okay. Anyway, I can't say what happened in this case, but I think you're wise to look around and do a lot of comparing because $35,000 is a lot of money.
Plus, it's easy. I don't think that Rhino stuff, I think it gets dirty compared to, the stuff we have on our house. I mean, it basically sheds dirt. I mean, I don't care what goes on. It still looks brand new. I don't know how the hell it does it.
Yeah. So anyway,
there's no pores or anything. I don't know, man. I would not spend 35 grand for a small house to get painted. It's insane.
I want anyone who had this done to call us. We got to take a break. We got more coming up. 303-713-8255.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
You know, Colorado's a terrible place to be a landlord right now. Just talk to people that are doing it. You know, the prices are high, the laws are terrible, but there are markets around the country that have strong rental. The houses are still cheap enough where they're going to appreciate, and you may want to be a landlord for a short period of time. Vestera has the program. They get you in a house, they help you manage it and rent it out and do all of it, including day-to-day stuff they take care of for you. And then they get you out of it in about 3 years, and the idea is to make profit on the equity. Give them a call if you're interested. Vestera Turnkey, 303-888-3788, or go to mybiggestruturn.com.
No, Frank?
Hello?
Do you owe $10,000?
And for metal, and thought it was going to be great, and it's just not home. You didn't want to do Frank?
I didn't see him there, brother. I'm sorry.
I was shocked the difference between.
I'll come back and do it. There, I'll come back. Tell me when.
I won't say it was double, but it was.
All right, come after this one.
All right.
About 40 seconds.
Got it.
I was in total shock. It was a bad situation. I didn't know what to do.
Then Gail found tax relief advocates.
When TRA told me I was only going to owe $368,
I think that one was on me. I don't think I hit enter on the screen.
Or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS. Don't lose hope. Do what Gail did and call TRA for a consultation.
I was so blessed with TRA.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-909-7224. 800-909-7224. That's 800-909-7224.
I'm going to tell you, if you get Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, you can't do better. If you're looking to list and sell your house, Frank will talk to you first and let you know what he thinks it'll sell for. He'll list it for a price that'll get multiple offers. He's done it time and time again. He has a system called price bracketing that gets multiple offers. He also outbounds your house and he markets it to thousands and thousands of people. He doesn't hold you to a long-term contract with a penalty clause because he wants you to be happy with him each and every day. So when you list with Frank, you list with the freedom of knowing that you can change your mind. You also list knowing that Frank will do everything he can to sell because he sells most of his own listings. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I'm telling you, he is a great person. People love him. He gets rave reviews. Give him a call, 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Identity going to be just you, or is it going to be multiple?
It turned perfect. Now here's the funny part. The guy I bought it from, the guy that actually did the job, was the foreman that works for basically what I would refer to as a salesman. He went out and opened his own company.
Are you free to come
and he's on the referral list now too. But he's literally the guy that did mine. Not the sales guy or the company I bought it through, but literally the guy that did
person
mine.
that actually did the work, but he's not necessarily doing the work anymore.
No, he's doing the work still.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got he's got 2 or 3 crews.
Okay.
But he comes out every job. He'll just go over quality with you. What do you want?
Yeah, you can call us back.
Right.
And it'll still be a better price than other people.
Cool. Yes. Tell me who it is.
I'll just send it to you.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when he told me. He's like, I did your driveway.
That's funny.
And I recognized him. I said, yeah, you did do that.
Right. Yeah. I've been putting it off the last couple of years. It's pretty cracked up. It's in need of replacement.
I went full rebar, and then I want to say mine's basically 8 inches thick.
Alrighty, I got you.
So you went really thick.
I won't. I just told you why, though.
Yeah, because you had a serious thing. I also, I've been looking
You don't need
into
anything
it. No,
like
nothing like that.
Same
I've
when
been
you left
looking
the
into
voicemail.
like
We're live 10
different
to 2 every
methods,
weekday, so that's
and
my answer.
I've heard, I don't know whether you looked into this or not, but that when they do the what's it called, the stress fractures on it, that it's better to use a saw.
Yeah.
As opposed to the formed breaks.
I couldn't tell you how he did mine.
Okay.
But I haven't even had I have had 0 cracks.
Okay.
It's perfect.
Did you have your other guy go out there and put the coating on it, or did you just?
No,
it's just
coating.
Concrete.
No, it's just concrete.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's the best concrete job I've ever had. Period. There it is, ladies. I would not do a coating on your driveway.
Yeah, it just peels, doesn't
Well,
it?
I don't know. If you have cracks, it's not going to just go over. You will see the cracks again. It'll take a little bit of time, but you will see the cracks again. So if you're doing it to get rid of cracks, it simply doesn't
do it.
Nope. The only way to fix what you're talking about is you get new concrete.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that either way. I've got to replace that.
– 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino with you. We got Marc Mager, and I got Brian Burns. We're taking your calls, questions, complaints on insurance or anything you want. By the way, Genesis was on the air talking about the coatings and various ways to paint your house. I forgot to give out his information. Genesis. TotalExteriors.com. So anyway, getting back to insurance, somebody said, and this is what I want to know, they texted me and said that their insurance company flat out refused a collision claim, saying it was clearly someone else's fault and they have to file with the other person's insurance. Now, Brian, I thought if you have collision coverage, you can choose to put in a claim. You can't be forced to go to the other party, right?
Of course, someone gave him terrible advice.
Exactly.
If we're getting all the information straight there, but yeah, assuming he has collision coverage.
Right. So if you have collision coverage, you can choose to go to the other party, or you can choose to go to your own collision coverage. Right. That's what I thought. And they said, no, it was clearly someone else's fault and they should be covering this. And I said, well, tough. If you don't want to go through the hassle, you don't have to. And then they will most likely subrogate, right? They go after the party at fault.
Well, and the only thing I always try to make clear on that one for people, because I have had it before where the insurance company doesn't subrogate. What I remind people is once you turn it into your insurance, you don't have the authority to tell them to go subrogate. They can choose to do it or not. And if they don't subrogate, you're going to be responsible for your deductible. That's going to be part of the loss. But yes, in most cases, of course, the insurance company wants to be reimbursed for the loss, but they just don't have to do it.
And then you can go after the deductible on your own, right? If your insurance company is not going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you could try to go to a small claims court or whatever you're going to do. It's in your own hands at that point, though.
Okay. Somebody says that they want to shop their insurance. How often should they do it? How often? I mean, it doesn't hurt to do it every year, does it, Brian, anymore?
So what we do, I'm being honest about this. We are an outlier in this. We review every year, or every renewal. So some auto policies renew every 6 months. If a policy is going up over a certain percentage, there's a couple different factors we take into consideration. Right now, if it's over a 10% rise in the rate, that will automatically have us shop to see if other carriers, what's going on with it. But we also look at outliers, things that just don't look right. In other words, they've been with us, let's say they've been with us for 3-4 years, and the rate hasn't gone up, over that, whatever that percentage is. But if we look at it and we say, you know what, that seems out of whack, we want to take a look at this, we'll shop it anyways at that point. We reach out to every single renewal. We tell them whether we're automatically shopping it or not, if it's over that threshold. But we also give them options of what they could do on their own policy. We give them rates for raising the deductibles, because the way that we look at it is, if we're going to move them to another carrier, the chances are that you're going to have to carry a higher deductible at this point, because that's how the market's kind of gone. So they might be grandfathered in with a lower deductible. So as opposed to just saying, hey, here's a cheaper rate, we tell them, well, let's look at your own policy that you have and look at what it would cost to raise the deductible. So we look at it every single renewal.
Okay. Does a credit report still, somebody wants to know, does a credit report, they have bad credit, affect what they're paying for insurance?
Your poor credit does have an effect on an insurance. It's called an insurance score, and credit is the primary factor of that.
Why is that? Do you think is because they think you might put in false claims or too many claims, or what?
It's a great question, and that is all stuff they had to file with the insurance commissioner. But actuarially, they'll argue till their dying day that people with poor credit have a much higher propensity to have claims. And so, in other words, they pay out more for people with poor credit than they do with people with good credit. So
their actual
losses have shown that this pays out. Yes.
So they can judge people on that, right?
Well, yeah, they're allowed in Colorado. In California, you can't use credit. And so that's just not a factor you can use, but you'll look at their rates there. They're even higher than here.
What are your thoughts on that, Tom?
I have mixed feelings. I guess when you have actuarials, I say, why not use them? If truly the actuarials bear it out, like young men versus young women, bad credit versus good credit. I mean, but then you could go as far as education, for God's sakes. I don't know how far you go. Yeah. And what about where you live?
Education is one of the questions, Tom.
Are you kidding? When the kids are in college, it's cheaper.
Yeah, I will say where it can get tricky. Obviously, you could bring that to an extreme where you start, rating off of things that you really shouldn't. I mean,
like
you start using things that religion or race or whatever,
Yeah, are you a good moral person?
I don't think the actuarials would show any difference here, though.
Right, you wouldn't think so, but you can see, men pay a higher rate when they're younger, at least, than women do. So
married,
they do look
by the way,
gender.
Married, they say, I think you pay less.
Yep. You do. If once you get married, there's a discount on that rate. The rate is lower for married people versus single people.
Yeah. See, at some point, actuarials can be weird. I mean, they really can, because you can show actuarials, and many of those are
you're not bopping, or at least most people aren't bopping around town, hitting the bars, looking for their one-night stand or whatever. At that point, they're married. They're at home more. I can
get it.
Definitely see why that would be less.
Oh, no. I can see where all actuarials have a basis in reality. But what I'm saying is an actuarial could be self-feeding, because, for example, if you have an actuarial, let's just say that it was based on neighborhoods or parts of town, that could be really true but unfair, because it's because of the way it is. You know what I'm saying?
It is that way.
It is that way.
Oh, my God. For car insurance, if you live on Colfax or in Aurora, it is way more than it is, say, in Franktown, because a lot more cars are stolen.
God.
And there's more accidents. And all that goes into play.
Oh, big time. You know that.
I wonder if this stuff has ever been challenged, though. I'm curious. Like, education.
What would it be challenged under?
I don't know. I don't know.
Discrimination. You could argue discrimination in some of these.
Well, maybe. I mean, you're not saying that, black people's insurance costs more, or Spanish or Mexican. That's not what they're saying.
I'll bet you in general that you're going to pay more in a place that is a minority neighborhood, low income, than you will in Cherry Hills. I bet you do.
Well, I'd bring it a little different step. I mean, if you're in a gated community, the chances of your house getting robbed are a lot less than if you're not. I mean, to me, that it is what it is.
And it really, it's not all based off of crime and everything else. You'll find that certain areas are much more expensive for home insurance if they are in an area that is has more propensity for hail.
Yeah.
So, that has nothing to do with anything else as far as that's concerned. It's, hey, where do these hailstorms hit? And so Highlands Ranch is going to be higher than in the foothills.
Because they just hit there more.
They don't get hail as much in the foothills.
And it switches just a little bit, but I've always kind of felt this way with health insurance as well. You got someone that's 500 pounds, smokes cigarettes, and does a liter of vodka every night, gets basically the same rates under Obamacare. That's absolutely insane. But when it comes to life insurance, it's a hell of a lot different. But when it comes to Obamacare, they changed everything. That's why a lot of very healthy people are paying more now than they ever did.
That's true. That really is true. I mean, when it comes to health insurance, they don't do what they should. People should be penalized, I think, for bad habits. I mean, they really should be. I mean, if you smoke 6 packs a day, I mean, are you charged more for health insurance? You should be. I guess people could lie about it too.
I'll tell you what I do, specifically back to your original question about the credit. And this is a benefit of going with a broker or an independent agent that has multiple carriers. If someone has poor credit, there are certain carriers that take credit into less consideration as part of their insurance score. Like, I know when I submit it through, I'll see rates varying, and you'll realize there's some carriers that really must use a lot of their rate based off of credit. And for people with really good credit, their rates are great with them, and that's where I'll tell them to go.
Right.
That's where I'll put them. But people that don't, I'll move them to another carrier that maybe doesn't look as strongly as credit.
Yeah, they don't all weight the same. Okay, more coming up with Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group right after this.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. Denver's talk station. An iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human. Now, impact traffic.
South of town, northbound I-25 at Lincoln Avenue 193. Still dealing with a crash in the left lane with slow traffic back from Ridgegate Parkway. For folks heading up from Castle Rock, seeing about 10 minutes of delays. Out west into the high country, a stalled semi on eastbound I-70 approaching the summit of Floyd Hill, exit 247 with 2 right lanes blocked. Back into town, pretty quiet drive on all major roads and freeways. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, the late great historian Stephen Ambrose tells the tale of a single consequential year in American history. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Great Western Buildings is a great story. They are a local, in Colorado, steel building manufacturer. They deliver all over the world, and especially in the U.S., direct to the consumer. So if you're looking for a beautiful metal building, whether it's a giant building, a warehouse, a factory, a church, or you want a barn, a workshop, even a loafing shed, whatever it is, they can do it. And they design it directly for you. If you go to greatwesternbuildings.com, get started. greatwesternbuildings.com, 100% American steel, guaranteed for life. John Fuller is a personal injury expert. He's an attorney. And you know what I love about John? He talks directly to clients right off the bat. If you call and you want to talk to John, you can. He'll get back to you if he's not there. Now, here's the bottom line. He can get started on your case with the very first phone call if you want. Now, there is no obligation. You can just talk to him, but think about that. If you want to get started, there aren't a lot of forms to fill out. There aren't a lot of meetings. You just call him and he'll get started getting you back to your pre-accident condition, getting you paid back for everything you've lost. 303-597-4500. That's John Fuller, 303-597-4500.
And that's the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. That's like Colorado guys.
Right.
That's
Not
them.
the
That's not
insurance
the companies.
Yeah.
So that would be hard to argue. Yeah, it shows, Tom, a strong correlation between lower financial stability and higher likelihood of filing claims, which is absolutely right. I mean, if you have no money, you're going to file a claim.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it says here, there's one talk show host out there that's been around 45 years just in the Denver area that has the highest insurance rates they've ever seen.
Who says that?
Me.
Somebody? You.
And you're right. California, Hawaii, Massachusetts, and Michigan could not factor into your auto premium.
Okay, yeah, with credit.
Because of strict regulations, which means everybody pays more there.
Go look. They do. Everybody's more in California.
Yeah, because they can't say these are high risk.
Right.
So then everybody's got to pay more. Yep, that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
That's socialism, basically.
That's
exactly what it is.
It's blending everything together so that everybody is taking on the same amount, which it just the whole idea behind that is it de-incentivizes anybody to do better.
Yeah.
It's like why do I need to drive more carefully if I'm going to pay the same rate as everybody else?
Exactly.
You know, or it takes away any incentive.
I wonder if there's any states that don't allow those driving apps.
Not that I know. That's the direction everybody's going.
Yeah, you would think. I mean, really, even from a public safety aspect, it's a good thing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the factor that it's come into play that affects people more than anything on those apps is if you're using your phone while you're driving.
Oh yeah,
they're hammering people.
Even if it's Bluetooth.
Yeah, they can tell if you're touching it. If you're touching your screen,
that's not good.
You're in trouble.
How can they tell that?
I don't know, Tom.
Well, just because they're touching the screen. It's constantly looking. It's a touch screen.
Yeah, but I mean, how do they know off the telematics?
Well, because it's a fucking touch screen. Every time you touch it, it's registering you're touching it.
Yeah.
This isn't
You're
magic.
interacting with it, so it's reporting, hey, this got touched.
Yeah, it's saying it's touched. What's interesting is, how about if the person next to you was on your phone?
And that's where you can get, and yeah, that's where it gets difficult.
But generally, that never happens. I mean, who touch it? Yeah, I mean, Suzanne might look at my phone in the car,
right?
But typically, it's going to be the driver.
If you are driving down the road and you look at other drivers, it is a high percentage of people that are like this.
Oh, it's constant.
It's
constant. But in my car, well, you got the same damn car now.
Yeah.
I'm to the point where there is no doubt I can be on self-driving.
Yeah.
To your urologist to learn more. Visit aquablationdenver.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. We're talking insurance. And we're talking, I know you guys were talking off the air about this, but we ought to bring up the discussions about self-driving. Do you get discounts for that?
Brian and I have had this conversation. I know for a fact Tesla, if you're over a certain % self-driving and you behave when you're not self-driving, that's a problem with Tesla. It knows everything. You think these apps know everything?
Yeah,
I am telling you that vehicle knows everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it is cheaper if you're self-driving all the time. But that's insurance just through Tesla. The problem with that is if you have multiple cars and one's not a Tesla, that's kind of weird. And then they don't sell homeowners, so there's no discount. So if you were in an apartment and owned just a Tesla and self-drove all the time, I would argue that's going to be your cheapest option.
You would at least want to look at it. You'd at least want to look at it. Now, Tesla doesn't have the best reviews from the insurance standpoint.
I'm sure they don't.
So from a customer service standpoint, they just have not had very many quality reviews for both customer service and claim satisfaction, but they're relatively new too, so I don't know.
And really the problem with them is, I mean, your rate, I when I had my old Model S, Tom, I actually got a quote through them on it, and I didn't realize how much they knew. They knew how fast I drove that car. Wow. And the insurance rate was way higher. But I'll tell you something else while we're talking about this, Brian. We just had this conversation, I don't know, in the past week when you were going through our renewal. I refuse to use any of those plug-in devices, or now they're all apps in the phone. I refuse to use them because in the old days, they would not use them against you. In other words, you would either get a discount or not. Your rates would not go up because of the data. Now, I believe almost every company, your rates can go up directly due to your driving habits.
Yeah, and it used to be that it was a time frame. Like you would do it for 90 days.
Yep.
And then the program would be over and you're locked in at that point.
Yeah, and you would yank the thing out if it was a physical dongle.
But now almost all of them are apps. But that is no longer the case. Almost all of them have gone to 24/7 monitoring. It never ends.
Ours went up so much because of a young driver in our house. This is going back years. And we got like a 5% discount to use it. And then all of a sudden the renewal came up. And it skyrocketed because of one driver in the house. And that's back when Miles was in our house.
So basically, when you say it's monitored all the time, Brian, what do you mean?
Yep. So in other words, it used to be like if you signed up for a telematics program,
right,
they would say, okay, for 45 days, you got to track your drive. So it would say, it automatically does most of it. But let's say you're a passenger in a car and it's registering you as driving. You would just go in afterwards and say, I'm a passenger.
Sure.
Well, okay. So you would have to do all that for 45 days, and then it's done. It would figure out what the rate is based off of those 45 days, and you'd have the discount going forward or whatever.
All right.
Now it doesn't ever end. It's a continuously monitored system. So you are now always – so your rate can change every renewal based off of the last 12 months or 6 months, however long your time is.
Are they doing it
on? Yeah, it's an app.
Yeah,
exactly.
And your phone records everything. I'll tell you the one. And
why
actually,
don't I
it wasn't.
have an app? Do I have an app, Brian? I don't have one.
You don't.
Oh my God! Your rates would be so high, Tom.
Mark, I
listen
hardly
to me.
drive anymore.
Well, okay, fair enough. That's true. But I'm saying a year and a half ago, it wasn't speeding. I've driven with you plenty of times over the years. I'll tell you what got Miles, and it got me a little bit, is the excessive braking, fast braking.
Yeah.
If you're driving downtown or driving in a neighborhood where it's stop and go, and you've got a car that gets up and goes, I'm telling you, that thing hates braking.
Yeah, sudden stops and sudden acceleration are factors.
I do a lot of sudden acceleration, off the line.
Yeah, that gets you. And I was just telling Mark off air, another thing that's really that hammers you with this program is if you're using your phone while you're driving.
How do they? They know because it's the app on the phone, right?
It's on the phone. It's an app on the phone, and if you're touching your phone or if you have it live while you're driving, it will hammer you. And again, back to our conversation, I understand why.
Yeah.
I mean, people are getting in accidents because they're texting and driving.
You just look around.
But I've distracted.
But Brian, we've had this argument, or not an argument, but talked about it plenty of times. You look over, someone's sucking down a shake and eating a hamburger or a taco, or a woman's putting on makeup or whatever's going on, but none of that counts against you, and it should. There's just no way to monitor
it. It's just a factor of what you can and can't do.
When you install those apps, Tom, you give it permission to report when someone touches the phone.
Right.
So when someone's touching that touch screen, it knows you're looking or interacting with your phone.
Now, it does. Now, here's what I want to know. Or not what I want to know, what I want to mention. There was an accident the other day. Somebody I knew got in an accident. And the other party, the cops, asked to see the cell phone, and they want to know if you've been texting. So is that become common now? Because otherwise they can't tell if you've been texting.
No, I'm pretty sure they can get a warrant now. Something changed. I'll look it up.
Yeah, because people right now, I believe, are they're texting, getting into accidents. And what you're finding that the police want to know that. I just don't know what your rights are. Do you have to show your cell phone? We should ask, I guess, John Fuller. Do people have to show their cell phone in an accident? Or does he use cell phone records?
This is interesting. We should ask them because it's saying not without a warrant, but even if they get a warrant to seize your phone, that does not automatically give them the right to force you to open it up, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, I guess that means they can send it to the lab and figure out what they can.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can open a modern phone, though. I just don't.
With the app, though, you don't have to because you would know. It was what you're saying, Brian. With that
your
app,
insurance company knows for sure. Yeah, and they're
would
basing
they give
their
up
rate
that
off
information?
Of it.
I mean, like I wonder where that comes in. You know, what would they do in that case?
Hold on. I'm fascinated by this. How about if the cop did get your phone and just puts it up to your face and your face unlocks it, or grabs your hand and puts your fingerprint on there? I wonder if that. I wonder how that works, especially the facial recognition. Is that illegal if they opened it up by taking your phone and holding it at your face without your permission? Are they in trouble?
You know, I don't know. I mean, because if they want to know, I guess they asked this guy, "Can I see your phone?" Unlock it. And they saw that he was texting, and he admitted
I
it.
wouldn't allow a cop to see my phone. I don't care. I wouldn't allow anybody to see my phone.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if that's routine now. Do they ask that all the time?
They ask all kinds of things. Lazare has always told us, if they ask you, have you had anything to drink tonight? He said one of the worst things you can say is, yeah, I had a glass of wine at the restaurant, or I had one beer, because acknowledging you had any alcohol basically gives them the right to search the car for alcohol at that point.
Okay, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Now, impact traffic.
South of town, northbound I-25 at Lincoln Avenue 193. Still dealing with a crash in the left lane with slow traffic back from Ridgegate Parkway. For folks heading up from Castle Rock, seeing about 10 minutes of delays.
How much time do I have?
Out west into the high country.
5.
Thanks.
70 approaching the summit of Florida.
Attention.
Yeah. Hello?
Do you find yourself a little dumber since self-drive?
Absolutely, I do. And I'll be honest with you.
As soon as we get the robots and the stuff, we're going to be dumb.
It's going to be like WALL-E. If you ever saw that cartoon.
All right, listen, we've got a free movie event coming up. It's all about retirement. You're going to learn critical information about your money and your retirement. We're going to be talking about the Social Security. I don't know how you put that. I mean, we all get Social Security, or at least hope we do, but it really was like an experiment, and the movie kind of dives into that. It's very good, and we're going to be hearing from top financial experts and basically explaining how to protect your retirement. That might be the best way to put it. But it's next week, okay? It's August 19th. That's coming up really quick at the Imagine Theater in Parker. It's a brand new theater. It's gorgeous. It's the old AMC. They completely renovated it. There's going to be raffle prizes. Concessions, popcorn, drinks are going to be included. And of course, once again, the tickets are absolutely free. You got to do it, but do it for this reason. Do it to learn about your retirement. Learn about a safe way to retire. 100% free. You're going to love it. Go to mymoneymovie.com. Get signed up today. There's still a few tickets available. mymoneymovie.com. By the way, you can watch the trailer right there as well. Now, I want to tell you about John Clayson CMG. If you need a home loan, whether it's a reverse mortgage, they do those. He works for CMG Financial. They loan out $2 billion every month, one of the largest retail banks in the entire United States when it comes to home loans. Absolutely massive. Not only reverse mortgages, but a 30-year line of credit. That's what Suzanne and I have. You can pay it up, you can pay it down, and any payment or interest is simple interest, and they subtract anything in your checking account from any payment on there, like money in the bank. It's crazy. They also do new purchases. My son has used them for his first house. My daughter just closed with John about a month ago on her first house here in Colorado. And he loans out everywhere in the country. I want you to check him out. Go to partnerinlending.com. That's partnerinlending.com.
So you're on Mad Max going to Parker.
Oh, yeah. So we just leave, and Suzanne and I are there. I think we're going up to yoga in Parker. So it's one basic straight shot down 83. So we're heading down, and I just happened to look back in the rear view, and there's a Parker police right behind me. And when I say about 1 to 2 feet behind me,
oh my God,
this dude was kissing me.
Okay.
He was right there, and I brought it down to standard.
Lights weren't on.
Lights were not on. He was right behind me, and I want to say Parker Road was probably 50 right about that area. It's kind of by Ponderosa going in.
Okay.
Maybe 55. And Mad Max had me probably 65. So I was either 15, 20 over somewhere in there. And I bring it down to standard, and the car goes right to the speed limit, whatever it was.
So he's really tight.
He stuck on me like fucking glue or stink on shit, man. He stuck on me about 2 feet on my bumper for another 2 miles. Then we finally get to the Stroh Ranch area, and I go to turn, and I do turn, and he kept going. And I thought he was going to pull me over, period. I've never had a cop follow me for
That's surprising.
5 miles.
Okay.
Yep. Wow. And he definitely had me at least 15 over.
Okay.
But that's the only time on auto drive I've seen anything, man.
I don't do Mad Max very often, only because I don't want that.
I do it on the highway all the time.
I usually do Hurry on the highway.
I live in Mad Max. I'll be honest. I mean, if I'm like in our neighborhood, literally in my neighborhood, I'll put it on standard, because there's areas in our neighborhood that are like 30, and that car will be ripping 50.
Yeah.
With
I don't
deer.
like doing it in neighborhoods because I'm just afraid a kid's going to come out. Or not in your neighborhood, but in a normal neighborhood.
Well, I'm afraid deer will jump out.
Yeah, right.
I've never seen a kid jump out.
Yeah.
15 years, I've never seen it. Yeah.
I have kids playing in the streets and stuff like that.
Our old neighborhood is like that.
Yeah.
Those stupid little Barbie Jeeps. I mean, all the kids had that stuff. No, Mad Max, I always use it on the highway, though. I do tone it down a little. And then Sloth is speed limit.
I thought Chill was
speed limit. Chill is speed limit.
Sloth is what, even slower than speed limit?
I don't even know is Sloth still around?
It is. It's on there. I didn't know that. Yeah. It's on there.
Maybe Chill does go 5 miles over then. And
I would think standard does 5 over.
It depends where you're at. I've learned that too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. And occasionally it's wrong on the speed limit. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Occasionally it'll say it's 45, but it's 55.
I dealt with that coming back from Telluride. There was several places where it's 65 and it's kept it at 55. And so I would go up to Mad Max just so it would go, because you can't manually change that.
No, because even if you hit the pedal and go faster, it'll slow down again. So going to Chadron, like we will be, there's a stretch. Remember, this is the middle of Nebraska, man. There's a stretch of about 40, 50 miles. It's 55 or 65. The fucking car thinks it's 45 the whole time. So, and there's no way to tell it.
No.
Unlike a regular vehicle.
Or you set it for 75 or whatever.
You can't do
that.
So it's like, okay, now what? So basically I keep it on auto drive and I just put
You just keep putting your foot down.
I just keep putting my foot down. Hey, it passed a truck though last time. It had a truck, two-way lane. So
it went into the other lane.
It went into the oncoming. It waited, and once it was a long time, and that truck was only doing it was hauling cattle. It might have been at 30 miles an hour, and the car was like in a 65. It sat behind.
You're loaded today. I was going to call my defamation lawyer.
Because I haven't drank a thing. Weekday afternoons at 4 on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino back with you with Major Marc Mager and Brian Burns from Compass Insurance. Brett, what is your comment on that last topic of using your phone in the car? Go ahead.
Oh, right. So it had to do with law enforcement's ability to confiscate or get you to unlock your phone.
Yeah.
I read a story last week about a gentleman returning from international travel. He was stopped in customs. I think they wanted him for a prior offense. So he was asked to hand over his phone and unlock it, which he did. But they didn't know he had this little data wipe tool that when you put in a certain code that looks like it's unlocking your phone, it wipes your data.
Wow. Wow. So they wiped all his. He wiped all his data.
That's becoming it's becoming a legal rat's nest of, can you do it before you go to the airport? Maybe you have some bad things on your phone. Just do a data wipe. Can you do it while you're being asked to hand over your phone and unlock it?
You know, I wiped my phone. Not even a month or two ago. I left it on a cruise ship, and I could remotely see it in the middle of the ocean, but I could not get to it, of course. And finally, the battery was about to die, and I logged on, and I, bam, wiped the whole thing out. And
wow.
This guy's 100% right. What's even more crazy is, unlike the old hard drives with platters, there's nothing to get off. I mean, you can't go in and grab information. It's gone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Brett. Tanya, what's going on with you, Tanya?
Tom, I paid my homeowner's insurance in April, and then in June, they sent me another bill and said that they had a price increase and that I owed another $300, even though I had paid it for a full year. Can they do that?
I don't know. Can they,
can't
Brian?
change the rate off the renewal. If anything changed, if let's say they did an inspection and found that it was underinsured, or they have to give you a reason. Did you look into finding out what they're saying the reason was?
Because it's in a high fire risk.
Yeah, but that wouldn't change. If your renewal rate came out, they can't arbitrarily during the policy period increase the rate.
It might have been at renewal.
Well, she was saying it renewed, and then a few months later, she got this bill for $300.
Well, the renewal could have been higher, and she didn't pay
it. She didn't notice. Maybe. Yeah, you'll have to look at what your renewal rate is compared to what this was.
Yeah, no, I paid it in full, and then got the bill said that instead of covering you through April like it should, that it was only paid through February, that I owed another $300.
We can examine this again tomorrow. We have to run right now. Don't forget, people, 303 Martino.
All right, you're clear, buddy.
Thank you, bro.
Follow Tom Martino. Real Tom Martino